As we are once again alive upon the internet. As I double check that we are in all ways with bit rates and audios and stuff all working. And yeah, let's jump right in, as I'm starting a little bit early, mostly to maybe do a video and at least record parts of it. I'm also a sweaty boy as well, so I'm kinda sick, which not helping, but it's fine. Not sick yet, just a little bit sick. We're not down and out, we're just down.
Priority objective available.
Got up and hey, the Cairo. Actually, I see the Cairo actually up there. And yeah, we're gonna actually just get set up for a video, a short one. Anyways, we'll do some rock and roll. And that's gonna be on the updates to the thingy, the DPS tables. So we'll go get on that. Actually, I've also a place in mind. I'll jump there in a second. Let's grab actually a striker. Go with a chest striker here just for quickness. Let's go actually, I want heroic 2 directives, which will work out fine. Let's go over here. I don't remember what the lighting there is. I'm gonna go to that little underground there. And just stand in front of all the paperwork, I feel. Avoid all those reflects. I did put a little bit of a fan on as I made the room way too hot. Still, no, actually, nah. It's not that bad. That feels already. My nose instantly went, no you don't. Alright, let's get down here and then it'll be a quick one at the very least. So at least it should be. Watch me take like 5 hours. Nah. Okay, we're gonna save the clown mask for a different day. Let's go with just that.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Should I try? It's kind of thinking that wall, but actually that wall is not as impressive as I remember it being. Let's try to get that one in here. There's one here as well. So these things are movable, if you didn't know. Also shootable, which usually is the easier way to move them. But this is a safe space. My guns are disabled. Damn it. I think it's stuck in that corner now.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Let's try getting this one there. Could try moving those other two, but I'm afraid that will actually be worse. I was gonna say, did they add like a timer to these? Because normally a ragdoll stuff does not ragdoll after a while, but nah, it's still ragdolling. It's just the parts are kind of bad apparently. Let's try turning this one then. Don't care too much about the intro. Let's put this like that. I don't hate that. That's the intro. Yeah, let's get set up for. Let's actually make a pinned message here. Footage for YouTube video. Oh, look, chat in between. That's not how you spell that at all. In between segments. In that one. In this one. So people coming in new. So I'm like not responding sometimes. And yeah, let's make
Hostile
sure that
broadcast detected.
this is working together with this. Then where's the folder here? Let's put those next to each other. Maybe might be handy. Yeah, let's maybe do an intro in a sec. So start there. Oh, wait. Let's maybe try turning this a little bit more. You know what? Maybe we'll stand kind of like we're having a chat. He's just staring at me and just fiddling with the thing. Sure, why not? Yeah, let's. Well, actually, let's make sure this folder is all working. New folder 24M11D04. The score. DPS table. Updates. Should likely go into the undeveloped series, right? I feel. Was the last undeveloped? Was this an undeveloped? No, this was undeveloped. Take the thumbnail and stuff from there. Put that in here. Sort by name. It's usually also cleaning up. Actually, we can kind of reuse the some of it actually. Yeah, that's all set up. Yeah, let's just jam out an intro. Yeah. I don't want a sweaty boy today. But yeah, I got a little bit of a head cold, so that's not helping. So that thing is here, and let's actually go to this folder first. Let's start there. Yeah, let's get this mustache hair out of my mouth. How did I get in there? Why is it stuck? Yeah. Yeah, let's do an intro. Am I in focus? I'm kind of, let's actually maybe put myself a little bit more that way, where I belong. And hey, Denison, and and they are the chaps with the dubs. So we're gonna quickly just record something for YouTube, and then go play. That's also starting a little earlier. And yeah, it's gonna be about the DPS table updates. We're just gonna look through them a little bit, and the call to action to help see if anybody's interested in helping with the big mystery that always has existed with that stuff. So yeah, let's just get started. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have an in-depth look into the updated TU22 DPS tables, the burst, sustain, and damage per mag, with also currently added to it. That comes later. We just do an intro first instead of. Yeah, let's try again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the now updated TU22 DPS tables, the burst, sustain, damage per mag, and some other ancillary things. Of course, these are not on build yet. We're also not going to go way too in-depth. We're just going to skim the surface somewhat, as we're going to have an in-depth look into every weapon class, but then on build, which is going to be much more thorough, as we did for Project Resolve and such, as the old ones, for instance, exist still. But the on builds are not done yet. The DPS table is, though, and we can look around it already, pull some conclusions. And then as well, I have, towards the end, a call to action for some help, maybe figuring out a mystery that has always existed with any DPS tables. So yeah, we'll go into all of those. So yeah, let's go first start by jumping into the folder that it's in, and then the file itself. Tonyson keeping count, I see. And hey, Clovis. Double. Hey, Clovis, and hey, Clovis. YouTube and Twitch one. Anyway, I'm recording just, we're gonna jump into just talking a little bit about this, giving the summary version, and then we're gonna later on the on-build versions. Did you do that first time I did this video ending? I was having a stroke. Which one? Oh yeah, you know, sometimes it's just in the middle of a sentence you're going like, why am I going this way? Like, why did I take this alleyway suddenly? But yeah. Yeah, let's continue on. That was the intro, and then this is going to be the premise, kind of. And the updated file exists in the DPS table. It is the old file, so the old link as well to it will work. I no longer have kept a TU21 or before file in here, nor just to avoid confusion. Someone might open it by accident. The old numbers do exist, though, if you want to go look at them in this file, which will stay in here for a little bit, likely a few more weeks, and then I'll remove it when it is kind of out of date, of course, by now. And this is the old phase 2. Some changes did happen, but this also still has old numbers here. Of course, if you were to want them to the side. The new one that we have is in the same folder as well. It's the main file 0.0, the burst and sustain tables. And yeah, this has been completely updated to TU22, and I've done so with the in-game numbers in the end. Because as we're gonna first discuss here, it turns out that the numbers that they put out, as they did with these lists, they are off. These lists turned out to be actually unusable, which is a weird thing to have happen. Every number is basically off by a plus of around 9 to like 20-ish. Some 11, maybe over 20-ish. And that's not percentage, that's just on the number. So for instance, in here, if we take the very top one, ACR 59329, if we go into here, ACR, we have 58896. So we're a little bit off, or actually no, that's the old number, of course. 58886. As I was thinking, this is the wrong part, but yeah, 896, 10 off. That is the case for everything. So it turns out that these numbers are the new numbers that they put out here. They were this in PTS2. We did calculations with them, and they matched up in game in the past. They no longer do in the main game. So that might also be the reason if you were using these numbers and you weren't matching up to in-game, there's the cause. I have tried, of course, all of the obvious things. If you do maybe have an idea what may be causing this, but I have this over multiple accounts. I have this checked with others that it is that way. And the consensus seems to be that, yeah, this is what it is. Of course, for instance, as well, yeah, turning on the new global modifier and on and off and that kind of things are like, yeah. So this seems to be the case, and yeah, we kind of have to just deal with it. Furthermore, there were a few items, as we'll hit them, we'll talk about them, that are actually quite different. Two of them are the Oreo and the Dark Winter. They actually are different than the ones in the list or in the patch notes. The Oreo has 1275 as its RPM base instead of the 1250 that they said. And the Dark Winter has the old base. It has the 43030 that the old Oreo used to have, basically, and the old 45 vector, which got reduced, of course. So it has the old base, and because of that, it's also basically in line almost with the new attack vector. But going over as well here, one of the things is going to be this list isn't that great for comparison, but we need this to start with. And later on, I will make separate versions with this is now outdated, it says at the top, outdated TU21 on build. So this was basically a comparison with talents together with on strikers, and just comparing them on burst and their sustain, and basically going over a ton of things. This will be a much better way to compare some of these weapons. But to make this, I would need this tables anyway. So yeah, we had to update these. And yeah, let's actually go through them. I'm going to be very brief. This is going to be more of a summation than actually an full in-depth look. But the PTS2 video that existed, which I'll put in the description as well, that goes a lot more in-depth, and honestly not much changed between the PTS phases and now. We'll go over some of the ones that did. So yeah, let's go start with ARs and just go down the line. Let me get up here. Actually, let's pull up this for a second. Striker cracked or whacked? Overall cracked. If you are causing its talent to be up quite a bit, quite often, yeah, that's gonna work like really well. And you can, because you know, think of things like public executions or something, where everything's like activities. It's really good for activities, and it's not like we don't do activities much. We do activities a lot, so it's not a bad thing for in there. Under an exotic, I was going to bananas about the reckless with details. I was okay. Well, I think I just seen that one. Yeah, it did kind of go wild. And thanks so much there, Blue Newbie, for gifting a sub there. I think a big Bayou will appreciate that as well. But I'll appreciate both of you, and yeah, thank you so much for contributing to bad choices, as we'll definitely spend those on you know, the cosmetics like I'm wearing there. Bad choices, but thanks for supporting my badges. Yeah, let's actually continue on here and kind of, because I'm gonna give basically the short versions of all these. Kind of hated that I had that error in there. How long is this section? So maybe we redo that. It's 4.5 minutes. Yeah, kind of want to redo it. I had a slip up of like looking at the wrong number. Also, I didn't have this lined up anyway. Yeah, let's do that. Also, I'll have this file open so it doesn't take a lot of time to load. Yes, we'll keep that as a backup. This one goes worse. Yeah, let's get going. Let's try that again. Forget I can't do F7 that starts the recording on the browser. I need to not be on the browser. Also, let's wiggle the camera in the background for a second so that doesn't delta me or something. Yeah, let's try again. Oh, that's F11. And this is, of course, the DPS tables folder. This will be linked down below. Most will be familiar with this. So the file that has been updated is the main file. As we go into looking at all of the numbers and such, there are some additions as well, as we'll go through. As for instance, with rifles, I've added now fast stance comparison because it kind of makes sense. And as well for rifles, shotguns, and pistols, I've added in a base damage comparison, which just lists them by base damage, which, you know, can make it easier to quickly ascertain which has the higher base. And yeah, everything has been updated. The old numbers are no longer in here, but if you would want them for a few weeks after this video, this PTS2 file will still be here. In there, the old numbers are on that right side here, as that's the old numbers from TU21 and before, or well, since Project Resolve, basically. And then, yeah, the PTS2 numbers, which actually haven't changed much overall, but yeah, there is a big discrepancy. And that comes as I started to fill some of these in and started to check them against in-game. Turns out that those beautiful graphics that they put out, as here they are from the final version. So this is from the final patch notes. Turns out they're basically all off. And all of them on the base damage, not on other numbers, but their base damage. For instance, if we look here at the ACR and we look at that number that it has up there of a 58886. So 58886. If we go to the final version here and we go to the ACR, 58896 and a half. So 10.5 off. This seems to be the case through all of these. And this seems to be the consensus as well from everybody I've talked to. And also I've tried it on multiple accounts and everybody else has the same issue. Which is odd. As yeah, basically every weapon is somewhere between +9 to +20, and not percentage, of course, just it's like just on there. And so, of course, that is not enough to change the order of things from PTS2. That's small changes, and basically all of them are getting a tiny changes into that number. But it is enough to throw off any calculations. So yeah, I had to go through and just calculate back from in-game. Yeah, that took a little while, of course, but we got it done, so that's good. The other thing, of course, is that this is not the best way to compare for on build because we have weapons that have different mod slot amounts. The better way, of course, to compare, and we'll do those later on in the future, is to compare them on build. So if we have the option to compare them, for instance, as we had after Project Resolve, on strikers, on actual build, how they kind of stack up with talents and also with some of the exotics, the talents active, and also accounting for their crit chance and crit damages and such, that gives a much better view. But this basically requires the other list to be there and complete. So we need to do this first before we can, take that and create these, which I'll do in the future, and we'll have a full in-depth look into all weapon types. This will not be a full in-depth look, even though it is called one. We're just going to more in-depth look the DPS table. So, but also if you want a somewhat deeper in-depth look to it, there's also the PTS2, or rather actually it was a PTS1, I think, weapon rebalance. And not much has changed since, so you could kind of look through that. Although, yeah, there are definitely changes, and that is outdated, but that is a much more in-depth video. But here, let's go actually look at, starting with ARs. We'll go through every category, but we'll keep it kind of brief. And yeah, as I said in the intro as well, towards the end, we'll go into a mystery that I'm hoping people can help solve at some point. But yeah, let's go get started with ARs. Just gonna tease the hell out of that one. The mystery. Okay, that was 421, which is much better. Let's put this in the folder. Let me look over here for a second and kind of catch up. And I found it. And I see you do. It's like watching his videos, but live. Yeah, they usually, so generally outside of some videos like the build showcases and stuff, the shorts, I don't record those online because they usually require like a dozen takes. But most of my videos I actually record live on stream, so that is happening here as well. And a Windsor as well. Not related, what's the difference between Premium and Premium Plus? Premium Plus has basically just a few cosmetic things attached to it. If you go into the add-ons in the store, I'm gonna show it quickly.
Hostile broadcast.
Go into the add-ons here in the store, it actually lists everything. But it's basically the season pass, but the season pass is just the same. Like you don't get, it's not a better season pass. But yeah, you get 20 skips, which, as most of us have finished the season in that first day when it just bugged out. Not that important. This costume, the exact costume actually that I'm wearing, that's from that. And this is a reskin of the, that trench coat that we had. So it's not even that, they've definitely done some work to it. Like, it's not a recolor, just it is a remake, but it's not that impressive, honestly. And 500 premium credits, which is $5 basically. So, and also you have to buy this with currency or with money, not currency. You can't buy it with premium credits. So if you have premium credits stored up, just buy that. Overall, if you don't care about cosmetics, just buy premium. It's not worth. All right, even that, like even the premium itself is only worth it if you kind of care about some cosmetics, and this is if you really care about getting all the cosmetics. And the only reason I have it is I would like to thank all of you for subscribing and being members and donating and watching the stream and adding, watching ads. But yeah, that's just me making bad choices on purpose. On porpoise. I'm making bad choices on dolphins. Just to F with us. I mean, yeah.
Hostile broadcast detected.
That's kind of what it looks like, honestly. They were like, you want it easy? We don't do easy over here. We don't do rare. Our steaks, we just, we cook them till they're like rock hard. But yeah, it's so weird, honestly. I know where he's yeah, let's go back to here. I'll catch that before I go into here. So now I was wondering if they modified the way the base gray weapon skills up to level 40 and the rounding just works a tad different than the tables versus the game. The thing is though, in PTS2 they had those numbers. So, and this is like 0.02% on most of the weapons. So I'm guessing there's like something somewhere giving like a maybe just because it's not like the system turn like the thing that we turn off, but maybe somewhere in the system there is like a 0.01 weapon damage or something. But that's actually not even the mystery. That's not even the mystery we're going to talk about. That's something different. This mystery is just, I mean, this is also a mystery, but we don't care about this by that much. But actually, yeah, they might be related even. But yeah, at the end of the day, we need these numbers to match up. So this is the actual base numbers if we want to do any calculations. Well, it's a boring mystery though. It's not that impressive. It's only if you're kind of a nerd, which hi, I'm Ikea. Yeah, let's go into ARs first, and I'm gonna just record per segment and not go too long. Yeah. So do have 7 on the browser again. Let's delete that one. Don't even know what is this even? Carry browsing. Okay. Did I just turn that off? Probably. Oh, actually as well. Where's the thing? Where do I go? It's this one, right? Yeah. So that one. And yes, let's start with ARs. Always one of the more popular categories, definitely. Yeah, a lot has changed. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit, of course, to kind of make it easier. But of course, everything is linked down below, so you can kind of, if you want to, that is the place to go to look at them for yourself. First, let's, as always, explain kind of burst and sustain. Very briefly here, though, burst is basically the upper bound of theoretical damage. Sustain is the lower bound of theoretical damage. So your theoretical damage kind of lives between these two markers. If technically you're getting 100% hit rate and stuff, that's what's called theoretical damage. This would be eventually your lowest point of output in DPS, and the burst will be the highest. And the reason we use these is they are simple to calculate and give a lot of information. Generally, what I compare them to, and eventually I will also make a burst and sustain guide, although as well one exists in that folder, which is a brief one, which I would recommend reading through, which kind of visually explains it, but maybe let's use that here as well as a teaching tool. So in the second picture, the red line is basically burst. The green line is sustain. These are from MX Watts. If you you might notice, you might have seen them before. But basically, the two numbers encapsulate our theoretical output. And yeah, burst kind of keeps with it and overlaps with it for the first mag, and then kind of actually zooms away from it. And sustain basically incorporates the reload. So if you want to, you can go read that guide. It goes a little bit more in depth than I will do here. Let's go back to our spreadsheet here. But what we generally look at in Division is first burst outside of certain situations. So there are some fights in Division. I think a legendary Tidal Basin, the final boss room, which goes on for quite a while. Sustain might matter there. But overall, we pick on burst and then try to find weapons that aren't horrible in the other two categories, because alongside of sustain, as we generally talk about that, there's also damage per mag. Damage per mag, of course, is just the amount of damage that exists in the mag. Basically, it is basically the base times the mag size. And it is important as well, because if the damage per mag is exceptionally low or the sustain is exceptionally low, you might be better off with another weapon. And that used to, for instance, be the case, as we'll actually highlight with, for instance, shotguns. Like double barrels have really high burst, they have really low sustain and very low damage per mag. So we don't pick them that much, we just skip them. But yeah, let's go actually into ARs. Not much has changed here. For the top end, we have the FAMAS and the F2000 still there. One thing we can kind of look at is, yeah, we have these -1 mods, and we kind of have to look at them on build in the end. But overall, the F2000 has enough compensation. As generally, that 5 crit chance, or 10 crit damage now, because we have that option now finally, is going to be around like 2.5 to 3%, depending on build. Which is actually the amount that the F2000 is ahead of the FAMAS, almost, basically. So those are kind of going head-to-head. This Honey Badger, though, is going to fall behind and going to be middle in the pack. Same for the PDR and same for the AKM, because they're going to lose that 5 crit chance as well. But yeah, they don't have enough compensation damage-wise. But of course, Honey Badger then has much better handling than the F2000 or the FAMAS. Fall is actually a really one standout that I would say. FAMAS and F2000 basically for now for just all-out damage still. FAMAS, though, with the longer reload, kind of needs to be fast hands, or of course the burnout, which also got a buff, which is somewhat awkward. I generally prefer fast hands, but definitely pickable. Fall, though, has moved up quite a bit and is going to be my choice overall for a pick for ammo conservation. So where generally I would have like an ACR or a Mark 16 on a character, just for when we're open worlding, we don't need all out damage, but I do need to not run out of ammo, basically. Then I would use weapons like those. That's going to be replaced here with the Fall. Even though it has a 40 round mag, if we actually look at it in the sustain charts, the Fall used to be very low, both on somewhat in the middle in the burst and kind of low on sustain. Now it has a much better reload than some of the things around it, and its base damage is basically one of the highest, making it so that, yeah, for ammo conservation purposes, Fall is really good, and overall, actually, Fall is not looking too bad. It was a weapon that I generally wouldn't pick ever, but now. Then we have the CTAR. CTAR is actually an option as well with fast hands again because of that reload. But the CTAR and the FAMAS are not that far away from each other. And while the FAMAS has more damage, the CTAR has the option, is a lot more handleable. It is much more, it is a little bit more accurate, but it's also a lot more stable. It is less of a handful than a FAMAS ever would be. So for comfort, the CTAR, where in the past it was definitely not a choice, now I could see myself taking. The AK and the AKMs are actually pretty low, even though they have a little bit of compensation going for them in the sustain. And that's kind of the thing. We no longer have those like standouts. Because even though I'm kind of saying, you know, FAMAS and CTAR and F2000, they are at the other end, basically, on the sustain charts. And that makes it so that some of these, for instance, like the TKB, that used to be always a good sustainer, is now even more so of a good sustainer, all the way at the top, but it's at the bottom of burst. And that's what they kind of did. That's the theme. If you did not watch any of the other content going over this a little bit, that's kind of the theme. They have made weapons that are bursty and weapons that are sustainy, and given basically almost everything a spot, but overall we don't pick sustain weapons. And that means that basically then what ends up happening here is that this mid-tier of P416, M4, G36, Carbine 7, SIG, and AUG are all kind of pickable. Although I would say maybe the list maybe ends at SIG, maybe. But especially if we need a long rail, yeah, these are all with long rail available. SIG and AUG aren't. So these would be our picks kind of for long rails, although of course we have the Fall as well. But then the Fall has 40 rounds. And that's kind of the thing. I kind of like this because it's no longer just pick a FAMAS. If you need a long rail, you pick a G36 or ACR. That's no longer the case. Although, of course, that does come at a cost because, for instance, I wouldn't pick the Mark 16 anymore. I wouldn't pick the ACR anymore. TKB, only really the Kingbreaker. They are all still close to each other. And if you have a grade 25 weapon, or grade 20 weapon for now, or such, or maybe even you've already put something to 27, and that isn't the top pick, yeah, that's worth using because until you maybe upgrade to something else. Because yeah, that's gonna outcompete the 9% or such that you're, or the 10% or more from grade 27 on a build. That's gonna put even the lowest weapon at the top, right? As long as the other one isn't graded. But then of course we could have a grade 27 FAMAS. So yeah, I do kind of like their high-end balancing quite a bit, and that was kind of the theme through all of the other videos as well. If we talk exotics, it's a little less so. I'm not that impressed with the balancing here. We need to look at these, of course, on build, because, for instance, something like the Bighorn has no crit chance, no crit damage. When we put it on a crit chance, crit damage build, it suffers a little bit because of that. Same for the Strega. It's it has 5 crit chance, 5 crit damage. But then we get to things like the Capacitor and the Eagle Bearer and the Chameleon and the St. Elmo's engines that all have pretty decent crit chance, crit damage, pretty decent talents, and are pretty high up in their burst. For the moment, for the time being, a lot of the exotics, for instance here, definitely the Bighorn, definitely the Capacitor if you have anything over 2 yellow cores, Eagle Bearer, Chameleon, St. Elmo, and the Strega all are a little bit above the rest, especially with talents. But of course, we have now also stronger talents for something like Killer is now 70% instead of the 40%. So we have to kind of see it on build, and we'll definitely, eventually get there. Let's move on to SMGs and talk there. Okay, let's just. Actually, let me catch up here for a second. Guessing now it's to the nerd part of it. Adding the artist tool builds, just got a trip. Overall, rifles, OD is a really good pick, Negotiator is a really good pick, and Umbra is a really good pick. All three work really well. You can also make a high end with either like Fox's Prayer, 2-piece Via, and then maybe even go the 3rd piece Via, maybe for weapon handling. It's not per se needed. And then Cheska, Grupo, Coyote. Like that would be just a simple high end. But yeah, Negotiator, Umbra, and OD, all three kind of line well. You can also just run it on Striker, honestly. But you have to be prepared to maybe stack with something else, or just, use an AR to kind of get a few stacks and then swap to the rifle. And yeah, Artist Tool is really good. It's really good looking. So that's about Red Basket was shred in PvP. Breadbasket overall, although, well, yeah, it's not too bad. But yeah, even in PvP, you now have better options, right? Like, because Optimus went to 35 as well. The thing with Breadbasket is you need to not use the talent to use the talent, which is sometimes awkward. Kind of depends also, yeah, if you're kind of like in that mindset of using it. But yeah, the new Breadbasket doesn't look too terrible. But especially, for instance, in comparison to something like Rifleman on rifles now. Yeah, let's go to SMGs and talk about them here. Actually, let's see how long that was. The thing was way too long, but 8 minutes. That's not too bad. With an explanation and everything. So yeah, let's go here. Yeah. And indeed, continuing on with SMGs, we'll keep the burst up here, but definitely here again, the theme is, if it's high on burst, it's kind of low on sustain. And of course, then quite often, some of the higher burstier ones here have lower damage per mag, which is kind of the balancing factor. But I still think in here, the Vector 9mm, so the Tag Vector and the Vector 9mm both kind of look really good. Same for the SMG 9. This has enough compensation with a little bit. I feel a little bit better handling, but some disagree kind of with me. They don't like the handling of this thing. But the SMG 9 and the SMG 9A2 kind of are landing around the same, where that -1 mod of this will kind of even them out, but around there, of course, around that 96%. But that's kind of fine because, yeah, sometimes these, the SMG 9s do have a little bit better ammo conservation, but not by too much because they're also just 1K. One thing that we have as well in the SMG class to keep kind of in mind is all of the better bursters are pretty low on their optimal range. We can basically, it's almost as if they're sorted by optimal range from shortest to longest. And yeah, that's definitely the case. And then you have to remember as well, things like -3 mods here will put them basically 7 or 8% below. And that makes, yeah, things like the 1928 and the Tommy gun still not really end game picks. They are pretty handy when you get them when you're just leveling or such. Because yeah, you don't need that magazine slot. So same for for the PP19. The PP19 is of course kind of drop a little bit lower because of that -1 mod that it has. And then we kind of reach actually this mid pack, where we have the MP7. We kind of also have the MP Vector 45 for a long rail, because the first long rail one, if you're using flatline or a crit damage mod. So one of the things, of course, that they change is crit damage mods being 10, being kind of equivalent to the 5 crit chance mods that we had always. But for the underbarrel crit damage, you need a long underbarrel rail. One thing I'm kind of considering adding to this, but that's going to be a project for later, although I've put it in my notes, so it'll eventually happen, is on the right side, somewhere over there-ish on that right side, putting in all of the mods, basically, what if it's a long rail or not. There's, of course, some other sources like the Reddit spreadsheet that has that, but to me, it doesn't have it in a clear way, so that might be an addition later. And we'll kind of need to know that as well, because for instance, with this as well, just theory crafting wise here as well, going off the reservation, Versatile, the new Versatile. Versatile was always annoying between SMGs and shotguns, at least outside of Descent, because SMGs had 21 and you wouldn't want to put 15 more crit chance on them because that was the better mods to use. So you were generally landing on 36 or maybe 31 if it was with 2 mods. Versus a shotgun that can only have 2 and is landing on 10 crit chance. So they were always awkward to kind of use together. A shotgun is going to stay on that 10, but on the SMG end, if you're taking something with a long rail, you can now put 3 crit damage mods and land on 21. So that's actually, an interesting point to use it, because now the difference between them isn't as severe when you're swapping between them for Versatile. But yeah, that tangent. So yeah, it does matter now if something does have a long rail. And that isn't many weapons here. That is the Vector 45, that is the SMG, that is the MP5, that is the AUGs, well, 2 of the AUGs, and that is the UMP 45. Actually, with the MP5 as well, there's only 2 of the variants. Each of them have a 3rd variant that doesn't have a long rail. So there might be some value there, even still, to the Vector 45. Also, I wanted to talk here about one of the oddities. The Dark Winter has its old base. So the old base of a Vector 45 was 40,430, 40K 430. I know that by heart because that was also the one from the Oreo, which I used a lot for calculations, of course. So kind of became ingrained into me. It still has that. It still has that base damage. So for the time being, before they change that, because they should, for the time being, that is actually closer to this and closer to, the same RPM. So it's kind of going to land pretty close to that tack vector. So for now, the Dark Winter is actually looking exceptionally good, but that's likely for the time being. And then we have kind of this mid pack, MP7, MPX, MP5. That's kind of, I would pick these, especially they have better handling. MP7 is one of the better handling ones. MPX is also a little bit better handling than some of these. And of course, not as much as ammo hogs, especially as well. The MP5 is kind of these, kind of the lowest RPM in them, if you want to somewhat conserve a little bit ammo. And then kind of at the Banshee AUG and everything below it, I wouldn't pick them anymore. Even though actually, yeah, if you're picking an MP5, because the thing is, with an MP5, you would have the long rail. I would only pick really the MP5 if you're using that long rail, because otherwise I would pick the MP7. The Banshee then doesn't have that, so that's why I would kind of leave that out. I would pick the MP5 if you need that long rail, or just go with a Vector 45. But again, there is no clear standouts here anymore. It's no longer just pick the MP7 or pick the Banshee, because although the Vectors here do look better than most of the others. As a category as well, overall, they've been moved down a little bit, SMGs. Same for rifles, a little bit moved down, which I do find fitting. SMGs did overperform to me, especially if you're using them in shorter range. So this, as a balancing factor, I'm not per se against. And then, yeah, sustain-wise, we kind of see the flip of there again. And this is kind of the reason as well why some of the picks While, for instance, with the Vector 45 and the Vector 9mm, well, actually, the TAC Vector has such a fast reload that it is actually kind of outcompeting them. The Vector 45 and the Vector 9mm as well, their reloads have gone up by quite a bit. That's kind of awkward as well. So, for instance, this Vector 9mm, I would go fast hands. The Vector 45 is still kind of usable. Of course, keep in mind that this is just at the reload just from the watch, nothing else. So, for instance, if Strikers comes in with 15 weapon handling, that reload goes down a little bit. Let's talk about the Oreo, the Ouroboros. The Ouroboros RPM turns out to be not that 1250 that they said, and not the 1250 that was in PTS 2 and 1, even though they said we're changing it to 1250 in PTS 4, PTS 2. It was always in PTS 1, it was already 1250. The final version is 1275 base, and then a 10% mod, of course, going over it, giving this 1403. That was one of the first things I noticed. It's weird. They might still change it, but for now, that is giving it a little bump up, but not enough still. The Oreo is still a little bit behind Attack Vector with Killer or some such. I would take a damage talent Attack Vector 9mm over the Oreo, unless you have a very graded Oreo and you don't have that one yet for now. It is a little bit behind, especially because there's one very high standout weapon in here. The Chatterbox is laughably OP. It got both a base increase and a talent increase. As I talked about in the blog, or my thoughts on the PTS, I feel it should only get one of the two. It got both. At 2 stacks, it is basically the equivalent of the new Oreo. At 3 stacks, it beats it. At 5 stacks, it's basically, if the old Striker existed, it would be equivalent to the old Oreo. Or no, it's with the new Striker. It's equivalent to the old Oreo. So yeah, that is quite excessive. I'm kind of sad about that because I was hoping, because now they can't nerf it now again, although they might. We'll see. Backfire also actually kind of looks good, especially with that 100 stacks now that it has. Its talent change has been much more useful. And a lot of these as well have been taken to, I said with Oreo, to 15 crit chance, which makes it also easier to swap between them. It's also one of the things actually in ARs, which I didn't talk about, but a lot of the ARs, the Chameleon, the Eagle Bearer, the Elmo, all now have 15 crit chance, which is also the same 15 crit chance that most high-ends will have. So you can actually swap between them much easier. Same here, actually, which is kind of nice. And then, yeah, overall, the Chatterbox is very much a standard. If you haven't tried it yet, try it for now. I wouldn't be surprised if they change it in the future a little bit. Yeah, let's move on to the next one, which is going to be LMG. That was maybe a little rambly, because I also went on like some tangents. Let me catch up here. Oh, you mean the thing on screen? Oh, yeah. Because that's in here. I'll link it in both chats for those. It's the zeros. It's like the first file in that folder. Yeah. So let's go into LMGs now. Let's just get going. I can rattle this one off pretty quickly. As we go into LMGs, and in the LMGs as well, there's now been a full rebalance instead of just that pull-up of 20%. That does mean that a lot of weapons have dropped down a little bit, but overall the burst of LMGs is looking pretty good. But then, of course, they have their own downsides. Suppression, the first shot not really being accurate. There's, of course, always, a little bit of debate on if LMGs are if it's okay to even run them sometimes in groups. The two we'll talk about first is the RPK and the L86. They got moved down quite a bit, which isn't that great for them. Especially the RPK kind of got hit pretty hard with also a -5, and overall as well a really long reload for both of them. So you either need some recoil compensation from build or from talent to even really consider them. So to me, they're kind of out of it, because now what we have is especially this M249, the Mark 46, which are all, there's 3 variants of them. All of them are basically the same with a little bit of handling differences, tiny amounts. What we should look at here is, I should explain first, the weapons with rate of fire at the end of them, ROF, they have a rate of fire mag in them. So that, for instance, means in the MG5, that'll be a 50 round mag, which is not really, to me, this is not really a real weapon. So first off would be this MG5 with the pouch as a 100 round magazine with this is the non-infantry version, the one that has only 2 crit chance or crit damage mod slots. That's really the first one. What we see then though is that actually, between that and the infantry MG5, there's again that little gap, making actually both of these kind of viable. There's enough of a gap that infantry MG5 is not far enough ahead that the compensation in base damage for this non-infantry MG5, this will likely be ahead, I think. But we'll, in the end, of course, on build, kind of have to compare them. But then what options that we would have is, especially if we were to go with a Negev or M249 with a rate of fire and somehow negated their reload, which currently does exist. The holster is the new exotic holsters that they have added, or the new exotic holster that they've added. It's currently reloading your mag for you, so we can actually pull out some of these. But actually, where we would start to really look is with a lot of these with pouch, because while we could take the rate of fire on some of the 100 round mags, we definitely wouldn't take them in the 50 round mag. And then yeah, we kind of see infantry MG5 is kind of a pick, but that would have the same 100 rounds as his M249 with a rate of fire mag. So you have to kind of consider that if you're kind of going for that 100. But then yeah, that reload on the M249 is really what is its downside. So you need to mitigate that somehow. Fast stands, of course, is an option. For instance, lone starring with that holster, as we kind of have now. There is, again, no real, like, per se standout. The RPK and the LED6 were definitely standouts in the past. That's no longer the case. But we do have basically a pick between the M249, the Negev. The classic M60 is not ahead enough, I feel, of the E6s and the E4s to be a pick. So, but the E6s and such can be a pick because now they're the kind of slow firing. And then we have actually, yeah, the GR9 and the Stoner. The Stoner I would generally never pick. The Stoner, of course, always has that muzzle mod is basically fixed. You can't put anything else there, which is something I feel at some point they should just address and just take away, basically, or give it some compensation for that. The GR9, of course, can be a steady-handed choice, and then especially with this rate of fire. So if it's with rate of fire versus this M60 with a pouch, which could be, for instance, a good times, which could have a fast reload, I might go with the steady-handed GR9 because, yeah, they're pretty close to each other, and then a rate of fire mag. Let's keep in mind that taking this to 250 rounds is just a bad idea, in my opinion. Just take it at its 200 rounds, put a rate of fire magazine in there, or pouch, and take it like that. But yeah, overall, the M249 really is, and the Negev and the infantry MG5 are kind of the picks I would have here overall, which was also handling-wise and such, they all are not too terrible. But yeah, I wouldn't pick RPK or LED6 per se anymore, which is kind of sad as well for the newly buffed, new reliable. That kind of goes with it. If we look at the exotics, these exotics again are kind of overtuned in my opinion. The Bullet King now has a 15 crit chance, and can have that third crit chance mod. If you're going a fast stance Negev, which has the same burst, they have the same burst. Why would I ever not pick the Bullet King, which has the option to never reload, which is much easier. And the reload, for instance, for Negev is so high that yeah, we wouldn't pick that. So honestly, if we're kind of going M249, maybe with a fast stance and then rate of fire mag, that will be competitive to a Bullet King. Because otherwise, if you're actually fast standing for the time being, a Bullet King is maybe the way to go. But then everything else is kind of higher in burst. Now, of course, the Pestilence, because of its horrendous reload, the Iron Lung kind of because of its often reload, even though it's a lot faster now. Both of those kind of fall behind. And also, yeah, the blue screen went to 200 rounds, which kind of helps it a lot. But burst-wise, we have the Pestilence kind of exceeding everything realistically when we kind of exclude the 2 rate of fire infantry 5s there. Kind of take the MG5 here, which is also... while the Pestilence also, yeah, it has no crit chance on itself. You would generally take its crit chance third stat. Kind of landing around higher than some of these. And then, of course, the Pestilence actually has a decent damage bonus. This was kind of my complaint as well, kind of chatterbox style about the Pestilence. And yeah, I did go into the game like this. I think it is overtuned. And for now, definitely, run around with it. Same kind of for the Iron Lung, because Iron Lung does have 10 crit chance and even 40 crit damage. 20 crit damage. Yeah, that's going to be competitive. Even with this reload happening often, it is now a much faster reload, and especially on build like Ongoing, which has a reload bonus, this isn't that bad. Blue screen also, if you're using its utility, because of course the Iron Lung technically has a little bit of damage in that fire. The Pestilence has quite a lot of damage in its talent. The blue screen doesn't have damage in its talent, but it has utility. Of course, it can disorient, it can disrupt. So all these exotics actually look pretty good. And overall, I would say maybe a little bit better than some of the high ends. Although, of course, we do have things like Sleipnir, which can do insane things, even more so now. So, yeah, overall, the exotics are kind of good picks here. If you're picking in general, the M249 is a really good pick. The Negav is a good pick. And the MG5 is a good pick. And all 3 of those are also kind of real LMGs, which I kind of like, having ran RPKs quite a bit in the past. So yeah, let's move on to the next one, which is rifles. Getting rambly. Ramble less. Although the ramble is also kind of... The ramble isn't the sauce, it's the meal, right? Yeah, let's go rifling. And of course, rifles have gotten a big change. First of all, they've all been taken down a little bit as a class. And that is because most of them, not all of them, most of them do now have a full auto fire. So you hold the button down and it just goes till it's empty. Instantly, what came to mind with these weapons is that they will be really good for ammo conservation, even though you have a smaller ammo pool than ARs in the back end, especially with some of the things that hit quite a bit harder, like the Mark 17 and the M1A CQBs and such. Those could be really good, just general ammo conservation tools. Now, of course, here we have weapons that are quite different, especially in their mag sizes, even more so than LMGs. The discrepancy is much larger. And that's also the thing that will kind of hurt things like the M1A CQB and the classic M1A, as they're very low on their sustain, as they have really long reloads together with really small mag sizes compared to a lot of things. Because yeah, for most of these as well, I'm no longer doing the leaving out the big mag. We're just going big mag on all of them because I feel that is the better choice than trying to go a stability mag. But then there's of course the option as well of the 15 round mag. I'm gonna eventually do a whole video on that, because could it be useful to take that 15 round mag and have a little faster reload with 5 rounds less? I'm not sure, honestly. I've been trying it out here and there, and I don't hate it, but also I'm someone that after every kill, I religiously reload. So it's kind of a good fit for me, but overall, we kind of have to look at, first of all, the sustain numbers, but then also it kind of depends, right? Like it depends on if you're killing fast enough, or if you're more in the mode of just unloading mag after mag into, let's say, a raid boss, or if you are just running around, especially for instance in something like Summit, where you're like killing one enemy, reloading while you're running to the next one. But that might be something interesting. But for now, I'm just taking big mags here. And yeah, we're no longer doing that stability mag, which especially in the sustain and such charts kind of mattered, because honestly, I wouldn't anymore, right? We just take the way we're using them now is no longer that way. Here, we do have a little bit of a standout. So first of all, we have the M16A2, although that is not the standout. That one did not get full auto, so that one is still clicking, but it does have a good burst. And honestly, it does have a good sustain as well. This one seems off to me, to the degree that I'm like, maybe they misinterpreted something, but we'll have to kind of look at it. Overall, I don't think still this will be a good pick because that 3-round burst is much more annoying to use, especially as you have to keep clicking when with some other weapons you don't. You just hold the button down. We can kind of skip the classic M1A and the M1A CQB. One thing of note is that the SOCOM M1A, which used to be a different base than the M1A CQB, is now lined up again, which they should have been for forever. In TU10, the SOCOM didn't get buff, the M1A CQB did, and that should have been both of them. That was obvious that it should have been both of them because they're variants of each other. They should be, it's similar to, let's say, the different variants of a M16 or a Mark 16 or a ACR variants or some such. And yeah, the M1A CQB had just a higher base, and also it has technically a little bit better stability, so it was so SOCOM 11A is actually usable now, at least if you want to use these. The choice to make with these is if you're doing it for ammo conservation, because yeah, especially if you're firing, if you have a 15-round mag and you have a 550 rifle capacity in the back of it, basically that 550 is going to go a lot further with this base than it will with something like ACRSS that has much lower base. So ammo conservation wise, this could be a pick. The reloads are kind of horrendous, but you could still pick them. One place that I really already like rifles is certain builds don't care much about rate of fire. Ongoing is one of those, and ongoing really cares about damage per mag. And of course, rifles, just by having 50 rounds and then a much higher base than ARs, but then much lower rate of fire, fall perfectly in line with that. Umbra as well. Doesn't really care about base RPM, but actually works really well with these rifles because you're not constantly reloading. You're just upping up the RPM, but you can still have decent firing times in comparison to doing it with a vector, which just burns through the ammo. And as well, Negotiator always was good with not caring about RPM, so it's a good pick as well for rifles if you're kind of looking for places to put them. Because we also now have aces. But aces actually, to me, doesn't make sense. And in the future, we'll actually look at comparing some of the buff builds, some of the, but yeah, that's a future video. Here, I would pick, generally, the SIG is a really good pick. One thing we have here as well is there are two different type of rifle firing, or ways that the rifles fire. One is that it fires and it goes back to that center point. If you let it, it'll maybe jump up a little bit. And then you have weapons, which, for instance, the SIG is. If you actually hold down the button, it is basically going like jumping up, and it's going a little bit up, but not too much. Comparing that, for instance, with a lightweight M4, if you hold down the button, it just goes to the ceiling. It is, if you ever used Unhinged in Descent, kind of like that. So there are different firing patterns here, and especially the SIG and the MDR do have flat firing patterns, which makes them much easier to use, but they're much more scatter shots because of that. So with rifles, you would think they're good for long range, but they never were, not unless you really invest into some weapon handling. And the second that you're investing in some weapon handling, you're going to lose even more burst. So generally, I would just use this as ARs, basically. Some builds will kind of gravitate towards them, but one thing to remember as well, as I've seen a lot of people going, rifles are super OP and such, they're never going to be, and there's one big issue, and I hope they balance that in the future. This isn't just, I dislike rifles. I really do like rifles. The second stat on rifles is 17 crit damage. That is versus, for instance, SMG's 21 crit chance. As you may have noticed, we just had 5 crit chance, 10 crit damage occur on the crit damage rounds. Basically, crit damage should be double. Compare that as well to 12 damage to armor for shotguns, 12 damage to targets out of cover from LMGs, 21 damage to health for ARs. 18 crit damage is laughably low in comparison to those. So that's always going to kind of kill rifles a little bit for now. That doesn't mean that they're dead. That just means that if you're using them, just be aware of that. You're dropping a little bit of burst, basically. You're gaining firing time overall, which can be really nice, especially for just ammo conservation purposes as a secondary as such. You can go with Fox and Zmia, for instance, as well, where you have 2 bonuses for them, especially for like high ends and such. But overall, yeah, rifles, they need that second stat to be either, for instance, 40 crit damage, basically, or 42 even, to be competitive. Or maybe something else altogether. 18 or 17 crit damage is not competitive. And then with their bursts, yeah, they're not keeping up. The thing is, though, we do have good sustains on them, and yeah, good ammo conservation. So you have to make that choice, and it is a choice worth making for some builds. For instance, yeah, as I said on OD, yeah, I'm going with the rifles. But yeah, overall, SIG, especially the CQB and this. The normal non-CQB. The CQB actually has enough compensation, I feel, that it's going to beat the other one. ACRSS and Lightweight M4 are very much weapons that do not go back to their center, so they're a hassle to kind of LVOC as well. They're really an annoyance to kind of recoil compensate. And while the Resolute and the UIC all are then again, flat shooters, they're solo on their burst and somewhat, while they do a little bit better on their sustain, they're still as well here not even really at the top here. Then we have also the 1886. It got a buff. It has also a really good reload now with 8-round mag. It has a higher base for headhunting. Yeah, that's no-brainer, right? Let's go actually to the exotics. Dr. Home is actually not a bad pick, especially if you're kind of going focus. But though Vindicator overall is going to be beating it with its talent, of course. But Dr. Home can be actually a pick there. Merciless does not have the auto-firing just because it has a click down, firing on click down, and then firing on release mechanics. So they didn't give it its full auto, which is kind of sad. But if you're still into clicking, it is the best it has ever looked, but that's still not great. Diamondback, with that higher base now as well. If you're not into doing determined stuff, Diamondback is a go-to. Agonizing Bite, of course, is one of the strongest talents that we can have, and if you build around it and even put in maybe some crit damage instead of some weapon handling, because you don't need all that weapon handling anymore, the reload is kind of okay now. Ravenous is also a standout now that you can auto-fire and not recoil compensate with the same hand that you're kind of aiming with and firing with. It's actually much easier to keep it on target and just spam shoulder swap and just melt whatever's in front of you. Here in the rifles as well, we have one addition with fast hands. Fast hands, of course, did get a little bit of a reduction. The other categories always had a fast hands one. Here for rifles, I wouldn't say fast hands makes that much sense because you have such long firing time that most of the times you can be completely safe or in between waves when reloading. But we also have a base damage version here, which, yeah, as expected, you would have the 1886, then the Classic 1A, then the Mark 17. One standout here is, though, that the UIC actually is higher now than M1A CQB. That's the one that I wanted to point out. So maybe actually this UIC could be a pick for, as well. For ammo conservation, you could pick this, but you're giving up a lot of burst. To me, too much with it. So yeah, again, the two SIGs are to me really great picks, and of course the CQB has the artist tool, the perfect rifleman, which I've been kind of really enjoying. Let's go on to the next one, which is going to be shotguns. Yeah, rifles went a little long there. Let me catch up here to there. The rifles give me a headache. Oh, just the loudness of it. Oh yeah, that'll get fixed. Did they actually announce Did they announce? Did they announce server downtime? No. Okay. Just checking on the official server. That's a yeah. It's kind of annoying, but hopefully they'll fix it soon enough. Enjoy the deals. Yeah, although I'm going a little bit long. Although even then, like this is like the fast one. Because eventually we're gonna do like, yeah, the in-depth look into each different category, and that's gonna be an hour by itself. So, but yeah, I kind of wanted to hit all the. Says for OD, one should focus on manager. Does that mean so what did you guys see? Yeah, so not to the detriment of everything else is kind of that thing. Because yeah, we picked first kind of still by burst. So if we're going with the UIC, the burst of this UIC is just like, I'd rather have this SIG and then have, you know, just a little bit less damage per mag than that UIC. Like it's the most important stat for, or it's a more important stat for OD, but not, yeah, not to the detriment of especially burst. So, because the SIGs are kind of just below it anyway. By like 15% less, but that's still okay. Yeah, let's go to Shaddies. Yeah. That there, it's gonna just annoying me. And on the shotguns, here we see actually I'm gonna use these as the thinking of generally why you don't go for burst to the detriment of everything else, or any single stat to the detriment of everything else. So for instance, here we have the double barrel shotguns, the sawn-off and the other one. What we have here is, yeah, they are very high on their burst, but of course they're 2 shots and then you're kind of out, which means you're reloading a lot, which will make their sustain horrendously bad. It will make their damage per mag, yeah, disturbingly bad. And then we don't pick them generally. So that is generally the picking order of this. We generally go by burst. Division is very much overall more a game about burst output, where we don't have those super long engagements. Overall, most of our engagements can be, you know, a wave or 2, and then we're kind of just recouping. So going into this, there is actually a standout in the shotgun category, and that is the SASG, the Saggies, where they are actually high enough on burst and good enough on sustain. They don't have really any particular downsides except a pretty long reload, of course, but not one to really throw off. And especially, of course, we have a perfect version of this in the Tsunami with perfect pummel. Bypassing this, Tsunamis, I feel, is generally a really good pick in the shotguns now. If you're using the shotgun as a shotgun and just, you know, just murdering things with Hunter's Fury or such, if you're using it as a headhunter, then we're gonna scroll down and yeah, the base damage variants here are here. The Spas is now overtaking the 870, but on build, I'm pretty certain that the M870 will win because you can put a 7 headshot mod in there. In the magazine slot, you can slap a 3 or 5, depending on which 870 headshot on the scope, basically. And that will likely outdo the Spas, because the Spas, of course, has no mod slots. So 870 is likely still the best choice for headhunters. Although, yeah, Spas is definitely competitive with it now. Going back, if we're not headhunting, yeah, we're just looking more at burst. The rock and roll and the ACS and such, especially the ACSs, have gotten a much worse reload speed. That makes them a little bit harder to use, but overall as well, we at least the way I generally, for instance, use a lot of the ACSs is for Heartbreaker and for Striker, where we use them for stacking. I generally don't reload them in combat anyway. I just unload them, whatever I unload them and then swap to the main weapon and start using them. So it's not that big of a change. Same as well for the 612. It's gotten a lot worse. The 612 used to be the general pick if you're burst and sustaining, kind of, especially because it had a really fast reload. It was the top on burst, although well, after the double barrels, it was the top on sustain because it had a really fast reload. Of course, the Scorpio is based on it, and that had also a really fast reload. They've really taken away its reload. They've really taken away its oomph. It is mid pack. I would pick a SASG overall. And then, yeah, we have kind of the hard hitters, which are technically kind of low on burst. But, of course, we don't pick the 870 or the SPAS, although, well, the KSG as well has a big magazine size. I wouldn't pick this, though, anymore over because the KSG we could use for pummel, for normal pummel. You could get 3 kills in 12 rounds, but now we just need 2 kills in 7 rounds for the SASG. So I generally will go with the Tsunami here. And then, yeah, the 870 and the SPAS will be kind of the headhunter tools. I think the 870, although we'll try that on build eventually. Although, just to put it in your mind as well, you can just side by side check them on your own build and see which one taps higher. But yeah, those will be headhunters, and then SASG kind of the general pick. Although Super 90, especially for instance for things like because of course the Super 90 has the option, because actually the Super 90 and the SSG are pretty close to each other on burst. They're pretty actually not that dissimilar when it comes to sustain as well. They're kind of side by side. One is of course an magazine reload. The other is per shell reload. Sometimes the magazine reload is more handy. Although, for instance, especially at Tsunami. A Super 90, though, you can kind of put one shell in between running around, or several shells. So for Hunter's Fury and stuff, Super 90 can still be effective. And as well, for instance, in the uses of like explosive builds, eclipses, I have a lot of 612s there. I'm going to go likely with the Super 90, where I can just put in one shell and trigger, for instance, whatever I need to trigger off of that. For instance, in sync or perpetuation or something like that. Just so you can have a quicker reload, because the one shell reload on this, if you just need one shot, it's faster than the SASG, of course. If we go to the exotics, yeah, Scorpio got hit hard. It definitely went down by quite a bit, especially in its burst and its sustain, and basically all of its stats. Yeah, it's taking over the stats of the 612, but it's not dead. The Scorpio is no longer that overpowered. It's just generally overpowered, because at the end of the day, only the Scorpio can do what the Scorpio can do. So still, you can stun lock enemies with it. It doesn't matter that you take 2 more shots to kill them. It's still the best way to, for instance, go after hunters or rogues or some such. You just slap on a Scorpio, and yeah, that poison is coming 1 shot later, that disorient is coming 1 shot later, that damage buff is coming 3 shots or 2 shots later. That doesn't matter. It does less damage. That doesn't matter. You're stun locking them still and just murdering them. That's much more important than its damage being horrendous. And yeah, Sweet Dream now actually, of course, has a higher base and competitive base, but we still wouldn't use this for headhunting. Although I've been kind of thinking, especially if you're not using things or aren't per se going headhunter. Although, well, generally, even with Headhunter, you could, of course, use this and then on the elites, and then even if you have something like a purple with a helmet and you don't want to deal with that, you can melee them and just take them out that way. Overlord is still, yeah, the issue for the Overlord. It's talent. It's not going to be saved by any of its stats. Yeah, let's move on to pistols next and discuss that as the game logs me out. Didn't wiggle the game enough. Let's load back in. Hopefully it puts me still back there. Let me catch up here.
Priority objective available.
Safe
up,
area entered.
Yeah, let's run back there. Or, you know, continuity. I can catch up in chat as well. That's good. Wasn't wrong. I shouldn't. Like, seriously, what are they doing? I mean, yeah, I wouldn't pick it. It's just this. It is a flat shooter. It is kind of nice. It has good damage per mag, definitely, but it kind of comes at the detriment of burst. It just doesn't have the damage that you would want. In comparison to some of the others. Even on a like, if we're like theory crafting level, its RPM being lower, like at least at the 400s of some of the others, or 300s, a double hit will happen more frequently than with that. Although it's not that big of a difference, but you still want, you know, if you can have a little bit more RPM, it's not the worst choice. Do you favor a rifle for the purely for organization or hollow point ammo? Because if you have a more, so whenever you kill something, of course, you get a mag of OD ammo. How far that goes is kind of dependent on damage per mag. So if you want to, if you can, without, you know, not to the detriment again of everything else, but if you can have more damage per mag, you're much more consistently, at least for yourself, going to have uptime on the hollow points. So if you kind of rewatch OD footage, quite often, for instance, let's say hunters in Camptown, you will lose your mag, you will use your mag, and then kind of start firing outside of the hollow points. So then it's better to have like a rifle that hits a little bit less, but has much more firing time with the hollow points ammo, so that you don't reach that end. As long as it's not too big of a loss in other things. So OD kind of likes having just damage per mag, especially, it kind of depends as well. So if you're in a group, that's less of an issue because you're marking stuff a lot. If you're kind of running it maybe in a 2-man or solo, that's already kind of, you know, there's moments that you just run at. And to avoid those, the less you can have that run out, and damage per mag just is like that factor. Like Urban MDR. The Urban MDR is also good. I like SIG and I like Urban MDR. And you can also go with the LVOC and the Lightweight M4, but they jump around quite a bit. They have a lot of upward travel. I should have this as well. I should because I don't actually remember which rifles exactly have like super upward travel and which don't.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Let's just have that there for consistency's sake. So when we pull out. Yeah, let's do pistole. And let's start on pistols. There is in here one standout definitely, and that is the Harvest. The Harvest, as it looks here, with its burst is pretty high. With its sustain, it isn't high, but it's competing. Of course, has less crit chance than the rest. So with these pistols, I'm showing how much crit chance you can put on there at max. Now, of course, you would generally want to match what you have on your main weapon. The Harvest, though, of course, has a really high as well base. If we kind of sort by base, let's talk actually Headhunter here first. Yeah, the Harvest is the obvious pick. Although, of course, Harvest, hopefully it will be back again with the December, with the holidays hoarder, basically. If you're missing that, the 5.86 and the 6.86, so both of those are actually the same weapon. Basically, the handling of this, the 6.86 is slightly better. And they have basically 9%, well, the Harvest has 10% more damage now. They did change that from 20 to 10, which makes it a lot less impactful. Although, yeah, if you can get a Harvest, be sure to get one. It is definitely a top item to pick nowadays. But yeah, otherwise you could just go with a 586. If we go outside of Headhunter, maybe for a secondary or such, I'm mostly going to go myself with these M45s and this TAC 1911, as these are the first ones basically that have maxed out crit chance available to them, so they'll fit on most builds. Although, of course, for most red builds, we're still gonna go, even though it's over there, with the TDI card custom. The TDI card custom does, of course, the skill tier. And as kind of with the Scorpio, it's the only one that can do that. So on a red build, I'm going to go with that. On a lot of skill builds and such, where I'm on 6 skill tiers, I do like having a pistol in there with either Future Perfect or, for instance, for some Eclipses, Perpetuation. I'm going to start swapping those to M45s, although, honestly, it's not going to be a great difference. If you're maining a pistol, I do think, though, that, yeah, the M45s, these look as the card did basically as the top dog in this series. So we do, of course, have a lot of rifles or a lot of revolvers above them. Generally, the revolvers are, well, again, they are, the other weapons are kind of, they're high on the burst and then pretty low on the sustain, because yeah, once they hit that reload, they have long reloads. Although with the revolvers here, if you're wondering why these numbers are green, and actually with the shotguns as well, some of these weapons, they basically have a slot that nothing else than a reload mod really goes into. So for instance, with the revolvers, they all have a revolver slot where generally, like, there's nothing else than the plus 20 reload. Same for some of the shotguns, especially if we're kind of using them in the burst settings, because you can also put a 7 headshot damage there. But yeah, that in pistols, that's gonna be their number. So we're just putting that in just to keep it a little bit more fair here. But yeah, overall, I would pick the M45, the card 45 being the base of the TDI card custom, if you're using a TDI card custom. But again, here, there's no like real per se standouts. If you're making a pistol build, if it's a Headhunter, 586 or Harvest, if it's overall and more like a maybe a Bulwark build that you want to kind of just unload pistols in, I would pick the M45 here. And the reason for that as well is, yeah, if we have, for instance, we have this, of course, this other 1911. This is the non-tactical that has no crit chance. Compensation-wise, it will not have enough. We'll eventually, of course, go also and put these on build and kind of compare them there. But yeah, for now, the M45 is kind of the top pick here. Although, one thing that to point out is that the X45s, well, they also kind of have, they have a 15 crit chance here that aligns a little bit better with, of course, some of the ARs and stuff that we have. And then they do have a little bit lower burst, but they're still good enough. Also, some weapons here, even though we're kind of showing the optimals, these, of course, have really short optimals. For instance, the X45 has a little bit longer, but also the X45 actually has a drop-off that isn't direct. It is a long drop-off, so actually you do more damage at longer ranges, which can be a thing, as, yeah, we have Pistolero this season. If we then go, Regulus got a little bit hit. Its bases and such did not per se change. What it did get hit by is a little bit longer reload. And that does affect it. You definitely feel that it takes much longer to reload. But honestly, as a balancing factor, I'm not against it. Regulus is one of the most OP things as well, and still is. It's really still the only thing that can do this. Also, of note is, of course, that 282 is still much higher than this 256 that the Harvest even reaches. So it is still the king of headhunting. Liberty... overall, yeah, got moved down. The D50 base got moved down. The D50 is basically as well no longer really a pick for headhunting. I don't mind that as much, as I really didn't like the recoil of it. For using this with a shield, it still does what it does. But overall, yeah, because as well we have, of course, let's talk about that one first. The Mosquito got a talent change. Actually, I think on tanks and such, this will be a much better pick if you're already going kind of where you were using Liberty to maybe heal your shield, using this to actually mark the target and kind of make them point at you, and then also mark them for a debuff. That's much nicer, honestly. Busy Little Bee still does Busy Little Bee things. It did get a little bit of a change to it, but nothing too drastic. And yeah, its reload is still pretty good. Busy Little Bee still does Busy Little Bee things for those moments that is needed. Let's move on to the last one, which is MMRs. A lot of talking, especially for somebody as well with a my nose is pretty like just it's gone. It doesn't work. Hoping as well I'm not sounding way too nasally, but my nose can't be helped anyway. We'll fix it in post. Yeah, it'll be fine because I got a little bit of a head cold. Let me catch up here. Okay. Using Scabbard, that makes me feel like an air. Oh yeah, that will help a little. What's the best one to use on Harvest? Well, Determined. If you're not going Determined, it kind of depends. Either Preservation for healing, or if you just want more damage. If you're on Pistol, it's kind of depends. Salvage might also be a good pick, actually, thinking about it. Because yeah, Salvage can just reload it for you. But then, yeah, otherwise Ranger or Breadbasket. But Breadbasket, like, only if you're, like... Well, as you know, not Breadbasket. Yeah, you wouldn't hit bodies with it. Ranger, I think. I hate my move. So, oh no, you guys see. I'll give them a try again. Yeah, let's jump into MMRs as the last one. Elijah, I'll think that might have been in ads when I answered the talent question. But, yeah, Optimus is also not a bad idea. Kind of depends on what watch from weapon damage you have, because the new Ranger is pretty good. Although, well, nah. Yeah, Optimus. It's not a bad idea. I hadn't really thought about it yet. Although I like Preservation as well. But of course, yeah, Determined is, of course, the true answer. Yeah, let's go with this. And going into MMRs, we're not really doing Burst and Sustain for most of them. We do have that for the now auto-firing SVD SOCOM Mark 20 and the G28 and their exotics. But it doesn't make sense to do burst and such for bolt actions because we're not per se firing them at their burst. Quite often I see some people going like, even doing burst calculations for MMRs and such. It makes no sense when you're not firing at the RPM of it. So even with the pistols, we sometimes would be maybe using them in that way where we're just unloading as fast as we can. MMRs generally do not work in that way. What we do care about is their base. Now, one thing of note here is that we have 3 weapons here that have here next to them +5 weapon damage. Here we have their actual bases, and the reason I'm doing it this way is that the Model 700, the Classic M44, and the Hunting M44 all 3 have a slot where generally their really only choice is to put 5 weapon damage. It's a mod that you can put into the integral magazines, the non-swappable magazines that these have. So we're kind of comparing them with that here. Now, the Model 700 looks like it's at the top still, but if we actually think about names, well, if we're using an Ekim's long, thick, yeah, Model 700 is gonna likely outdo everything else, especially if we're gonna kind of going for that talent as well. If we're going for determined and not going for Ranger, perfect Ranger, the White Death, of course, is a classic M44 carbine. With that extra headshot, that will take this over the Model 700 in general. So if you're going for determined, the White Death is kind of the top dog once again. The Hunting M44 is not too far behind, but it really doesn't have anything worth going for it over a White Death. Then we'll reach actually a pack, which is all of these are with a magazine-based marksman rifles. And in there, they've done actually something that I really enjoy and really like about how they did it. If we go for the custom M44, the M700 carbon and tactical, although generally you would just pick the carbon, the tactical does not have that forward or the underbarrel mod slot being able to be anything other than really crit chance, which isn't what you use for MMRs. We have the SRSs, the A1 and the covert, the SR-1 and the tactical 308. All of these are basically around 2%, 3% of each other, especially if we kind of exclude the tactical 308, which is a little bit lower. The others are, basically within 2% of each other. So it is almost a visual pick. You could still go with a custom M44, which has the highest base, a little bit more harder of a hitter. But that comes at the cost of well, in this case, magazine size a little bit, and then this pretty high reload, because the M700 carbon has 2 rounds more for that reload, even though it's a little bit longer. But actually, the ones that have a little lower base, they also have less egregious reloads. That's how they've kind of been balanced. And of course, as well, they're handling-wise, the tactical 308, even though it's the lowest, is still a pick because it has some of the best handling. Now, though, as well, we have plus 30 accuracy and stability mods. What I've been actually doing is mostly taking the plus 40 on the muzzle with that hit of 10 to optimal range. And that is enough to make basically all of these weapons swayless, where normally we would need both the muzzle and the underbarrel to achieve that. All of these weapons on a normal hotshot, which of course has a ton of weapon handling to begin with, can be made swayless with just that muzzle, so you can actually put the other one towards accuracy, which, for those that don't know, the stability is mostly the sway that it affects. The accuracy is your flinch for when you're getting shot at, and also if you're moving and then stop and then aim, how fast the reticule kind of tightens up. That is affected by accuracy. So we can actually put in an accuracy mod, which helps these quite a lot. Overall, they've dropped by quite a bit. The SR1 used to be in the 480s, so even the highest in here is not reaching that anymore. But of course, actually with the global modifier that we have now, you can start on elites even with the tactical 308 because of that humongous increase just by the global modifier. And then once you start adding some passives into it, where you get things like Tapper, it goes through the roof. And you can even quite easily, with any of these magazine ones, one-shot even rogues once you're kind of capped, once you're stacked in your headhunter, quite easily with the global modifier on. Overall, I do think for myself, I will likely put White Death on most characters as just when I need to hit as hard as I need, and generally as well give each character one of these magazine-based ones, just because they are much easier to use. You can't make the classic M44 especially does not have that muzzle slot, so you can't put the plus 40 stability on it, so you can only do plus 30. And it does not become swayless because already its base sway is much higher than those. Basically, all of these magazines ones can be made swayless, which I quite enjoy, like not having any sway, not having it kind of go off on a journey for itself when you're trying to take the shot. Is a game changer. I have a bunch of SR1s that are graded, so I'll likely be keeping a bunch of those. But if you're going if you want the top pick custom M44, it has all the muzzle slots. It is a pretty good handler. It has a much longer reload, but that's not that big of an issue, especially on a hotshot that has like dozens of weapon handling. If we go to the auto-firing ones, although actually no, let's go to the exotics and then we'll go to the auto-firing ones. Because they don't really matter in here for base. We'll look at them in the burst and sustain. Nemesis didn't really get changed. It still does Nemesis things. Always did, always will. And yeah, it is really effective still. Mantis does have a longer reload than it used to and a lower base. Although actually no, its base is higher actually than what it used to be. So, but it has a longer reload now because actually base went up because the covert SRS did go actually up in a little bit of its base. So it's actually hitting harder than it used to, but it has a pretty annoying reload now, which is a little bit mitigated by Hotshot, but still not to the degree that we would like. Then we have the auto-firing ones in the Dread Edict and the Sacrum. Both of these are much more... they are held back by their talents more so than anything. An auto-firing Dread Edict is not too bad, especially it's a reload mechanic that it has. I've messed around actually with just over-weapon handling a build and trying to use this. And you can kind of get there, especially with the new mods, although, well, not on that, but on SVD. You can actually get to a point where you can be kind of accurate, even blind firing, and full auto firing with SVD. The Dread Edict, though, is not that, of course. But yeah, overall, I feel that it still kind of suffers for it. Yeah, overall, both of these are kind of they could handle an update. If we actually go to their burst and sustains, yeah, overall the SVD is the burst king, but of course, it being a much smaller mag, it's falling behind on the sustain, and then of course the magazine ones are doing much better on the sustain. Overall, if you are going to out of fire any of these, which I wouldn't recommend, really only the SOCOM I feel was the one that if you put enough into weapon handling and magazine and stability for it, and even a little bit into accuracy, is the only one that you can kind of out of fire. The SVD you can do as well, but you're not gonna. Its reload is too often. It does actually flatten out much quicker than the SOCOM, but yeah, just overall, it's not that usable. Overall, I think these becoming a full auto is more of a gimmick, and they were just like, if we're doing the rifles, let's do these as well. I don't see them being that useful, neither of the exotics either as well. Especially, of course, Dread Edict kind of was a good fit for aces, but now that we have rifles for aces, I would generally pick those. So yeah, we've come to the end of this long saga. We went through all of the weapon types in the end. As although yeah, that was kind of also needed, of course. Let's go actually to a mystery that I kind of want to have a look at, and then we'll conclude here. Yeah, let me catch up here. Oh yeah, indeed. Because with Headhunter, yeah, determined, of course, but you don't want to go determined. Yeah, Optimus would not be the worst, but also yeah, Optimus wouldn't help you on the first shot. So I'm like trying to think of like what would help really with the first shot, because that's the important shot, right? Like it doesn't matter like if you're in the fifth shot and like Optimus comes and helps you. Because honestly, I would go preservation. Just get the healing. That is already a 40 plus. Yes, but so you got to remember that is much more of a thing for if we're talking about burst and sustain, where you're getting diminishing returns, basically. When we're talking about Headhunter does not have diminishing returns in that way. Whatever your base is, it is calculating off of that. There is nothing else that is like your Headhunter cap is kind of tied to that. But also your base will always go up by the same amount. So because how much weapon handling you put here, this base will go up by that amount. Like it's not diminishing returns in here, it's diminishing returns once you have multiple multipliers. Like if you have just one multiplier, there's no there's no diminishing returns yet. Yeah, let's go talk about our weirdness. Yeah, let's just take the ARs as a although in burst. As I want to talk a little bit to an issue that we've quite often seen and has always been a little bit in the background. And I was kind of hoping maybe if others are out there and maybe have an idea to come forward, or well, maybe test it themselves and maybe come to a conclusion and then just tell me what it is. We have a lot of weapons here, for instance, that have 0.5 behind them. This is due to just back calculating. So the way that I back calculate when I do this is we usually make a build with 100 weapon damage. 100 weapon damage means that basically the number shown in your weapon damage stat on the stat screen is basically double what the base will be, because it's plus 100%. So you can just divide it by 2. We often get odd numbers there. Not odd as in weird, but odd as in literally odd or even. An odd number divided by 2 is always going to give a 0.5, of course. But the weird thing is, of course, if these numbers are actually flat and round, and they were being multiplied by a build that is flat and round at 100, so we don't have like a 99.7 or something to get to some weird numbers. Where is this decimal point coming from? Because I'm going to guess partially is that there's either they're calculating up from a base, from the lowest weapons, basically grays, and they're multiplying by a percentage, or they're at 40 set and then basically breaking them down to those other numbers. Either way, you would think that the numbers would be generally round. Now, there's another option here, and that is that because to get this offset, it's either going to be on the base or it's going to be on the build. So a build could be that, I don't know, a full holster 15 weapon damage is not 15, but is 15.01 or some such. Now, over multiple accounts, this is so this isn't tied to me or my weapons or my gear or such. Or multiple accounts, I get the same numbers here again. These 0.5s are kind of weird because also they're likely not 0.5s. They're likely 0.2s, 0.3s, 0.4s, 0.5s. And while I feel doing them like this, at least with these, I've tried it already a few times. With the 0.5, you're better off. You're closer. If you use this in calculations, you're usually going to be closer to the final number that the game, like if you're using it at the range, will give. But this, I think, is actually the cause usually, where we're a little bit off. I don't think these numbers are not round, or what we have on builds is not round. Now, I can't data mine. I don't have anybody anymore as well in my immediate circle that could data mine. I used to know a few. They no longer are active, so I don't have that option. I'm curious if anybody can do that. So if you can and are willing to step forward, and can of course keep that under the radar. Or I don't think they will really mind if we actually go through their data that much. But yeah, this is an oddity. Now, this oddity as well could be there, for instance, with the output that we're getting here and the offset that we're getting with their numbers. But I've tried it at multiple ranges of weapon damage, and we get the same numbers over and over. So, but yeah, if anybody has good ideas for how to solve this, as my idea was always been, I do it at several different ranges of weapon damage, and kind of pick the middle one, which generally, is the one at 100. But just because of the numbers that we have, it's basically, I don't have precision over 0.5. It's either 1 decimal underneath there because we get basically, we don't get any numbers behind the dot on the weapon damage thing. So yeah, if anybody has some ideas, feel free to give me a poke, and yeah, if we can figure it out, I would love to. The best would be actually if at some point they decide to, of course.
Hostile broadcast detected.
What would be nice is we do have the option of showing base, but for all of those that have used it, they will know. But also for the others that don't, we get a truncated number here, so we don't get a full number here. If they just gave us the full number, that would save me so much time. That would also maybe fix this, and then maybe if they also showed the decimal there, we could figure that out. But for now, yeah, we're kind of stuck with it. And I'm hoping to maybe make some, try some ideas out. I'm kind of out of ideas other than just calculating it at different weapon damage points and seeing what kind of pops up the most. Because you generally get a few 0.3s and then a 0.5 and then, yeah, depending on. So, yeah. If anybody has some ideas or has the ability to maybe go into game files, I'd be very interested in that. Yeah, let's go to the conclusion here and round this all out. Yeah, that wasn't too long, right? Well, what's the length here? Although we're likely over an hour. Hour 13. Okay. When was it last segment? 6 minutes there. I mean, yeah, there's just a lot to talk about with these things. Yeah, let's go here. Yeah. And thus we come to the end of this long and rambly video, but of course, hopefully very helpful to those out there. We went over all of the weapon ones, and yeah, we looked at the updated DPS tables fully. And I'm kind of happy to have completed this one, as it took a little bit. One other that we're gonna talk about in the future as well, I'm gonna add some additions here as what's talking about some out here to maybe have the mods that the weapons have. I feel that can be done better than some of the others out there. In the background, of course, as well, I'm updating some of the guides. Some of the guides are all already updated with the named guide and such, including the list that they put out of missions and such. I'm going to have to be updating the exotic guides pretty soon as well, including, where the exotic drops, although I'm still kind of looking for some confirmations, especially on the holster, if it is dropping from target loot. But as well, one of the additions that we have made is... fuck. No. Yeah. Let's actually just pull it from here. It's a DPS code. Yeah, let's... I forgot to have this open. Yeah, let's try that again. Yeah, let's just do it over again. I was like, I could cut in the other one, but... And that concludes our long and in-depth look into this. Although, of course, not as in-depth as we'll have in the future, as we'll go into specifically weapons and on-build as they exist here. We'll be updating those and making fresh ones for in the future. So expect those. Also, yeah, I've been updating some of the guides. The named guide, for instance, now does include the updated gear that has been added, and also the list that they added in for which weapons drop where, even though there's already some known discrepancies here, so we'll likely add those in. And I'll be doing the exotic ones, and as well, actually, as another call to action, if anybody has confirmed drops of Strega or the holster, out there with maybe a screenshot with it being a drop with a normal item and just as a targeted next to it alone. The item, because that would prove that they are coming from targets. If you can get those to me in some way, I would love to see those as well. Hopefully they will be in target loot. Otherwise as well, the Iron Lung and Collector and such that were missing being in targeted, and the custom knee pads actually, and Overlord. If anybody has seen them drop and in the same way, being next to a normal drop and then them being the targeted, I would love to know that, because hopefully they fix these as they are currently not in, or well, in the last season they were not in targeted. Also, what I've done is, which is going to be the subject of the next video, we have new updated DPS calculations for talents, the talent versions. And yeah, as those may be aware of the old versions, yeah, these are a little bit bigger and a little bit more intense. I've added a bunch of talents in here. We've updated them, of course, to their current parameters, and also made a perfect one. But we'll go into this in a future video as we'll discuss them in depth and also how to use them. So yeah, that's coming up in the future. For now, if you did enjoy this video and want to help out, if you can do any and all of the algorithm things down below, that is always appreciated and well worth it. So I will do the shilling. And also, since recently, I do have memberships available for those that really like it, and if you are willing, I will not say no to your gracious contributions, which will be, of course, used as are here, for instance, on Bad Choices with buying Premium Plus, as that is where the costume that my character is wearing there is from. So yeah, and yeah, in the next one we're gonna go likely either with a Striker build showcase. If I'm not ready for that, we're gonna go with the talent calculator video. But those will be coming up, and I'm going to make a few build overviews as well, as a lot of builds have, of course, minor upgrades, and as well, once kind of everything is updated with the DPS tables and such, we're going to go into actually updating the build collection, which I haven't even really touched yet. So yeah, those will be all upcoming. So I hope you join me for those, and as always, have a good night. As yeah, that's for the video, of course, for those thinking that... that is me signing off on stream. That is the little for the video. So all of it together, 117. I mean, yeah, that's kind of expected. I was kind of thinking, yeah, 120.
Hostile broadcast.
Yeah, let's go back here. Let me catch up to everything here. Catch your videos with software. Or YouTube Studio. Just gotta. Oh no, I do use software, but it's just I don't know the good ones. I use what's it called? VSDC, which is just some package that I bought 4 years ago and stuff. But also, yeah, as you may have noticed, I don't do much in the form of editing. I just have the segments. I just do cut usually. I leave a second or so before and after, and just cut those short and then stick them all together. So it's a very simple process, but it's also kind of as much as I want to get into video editing. Screenshot then of what? Because everything that I kind of was showing towards that end is already publicly available if you wanna. Of the thing, yeah. No, I get it. of the drop. Okay, yeah, actually, I've seen already a bunch of people kind of say that it is dropping. But yeah, I just want especially just proof versions. So hopefully some gets those. I myself as well will try to get targeted holsters, because I haven't seen anybody really talk about the holster yet dropping as well. because that's also one. And also the iron lung and stuff like that. Wait, why am I? Oh, someone was walking into me in the white house. 2-4 on countdown. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe if I can find the moments when he did. Although yeah, if he has that many found, then likely it does drop. From exotic caches, if I have the blueprint, so you can definitely get it from exotic caches. Currently, the issue is more targeted loot, or well, maybe it's not. Maybe they fixed it. But so in last season, you could get it from just full random drops. You can get it from exotic caches, and you can get it from just mission completions and like full random drops and stuff. But you couldn't get it from targeted. So if you set yourself to LMG targeted, no iron lung would drop from targeted source, which is generally the way that we farm for stuff, right? So that's more the issue. But yeah, exotic caches, they're definitely in the exotic caches. So same for instance, the catharsis where you need the blueprints, which is a different issue. Because yeah, the iron lung, even if you had, well, last season, even if you had the blueprints, it didn't go to your target loot, which hopefully they've fixed. We'll just run, we'll run some LMG and AR and then holster targeted and see, and chest for collector. I'm from mission with target AR.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's more than anything, I just want to see the, especially as well for the holster as well, because even the striker being in there does not mean the holster is there. But maybe I'll have a look. Whatever works indeed. I mean that's kind of the thing. Also, I use that one just because it has a like a wizard thing where I just put everything together and it just has my settings of just add a second fade, a second long fade in between everything, and just it's easy for me to do. Let's have a peek. What do we have available? Well, we have ARs there, even. Maybe we go there, actually. Not with this character, though, I think. Actually, yeah, what do I have journey-wise? Oh, yeah, New York missions. And enemies with prime time. Also, that sniper we can skip, likely. So we need just 3 out of these 5, so... I mean, actually, there's prime times I should be able to just bang out. Let's swap character real quick. I'm gonna go to New York quickly. And that's where I'm from. Yeah, if you open up enough, exotic caches, you'll likely get one again. Let's go with him for a second. Before reaching the seasonal level that unlocks it, I can reroll until reaching the level. Yeah, although that has been the case for the last few seasons. I've already seen confirmed views or confirmed drops of or well, at least the Strega and the holster coming out of exotic caches. I haven't heard about a drop yet, but yeah, that's been the case the last few seasons. That's also that reason that I had all those exotics saved them, exotic caches. But if somebody else did pull at the start of the season the Strega before they had it from the season track, but that's not a big issue. Like that is, that thing of it. You need to do the thing first is no longer hasn't been true for the last 3 seasons. 4 seasons, actually, 4. Objective is with 1 single drop of the new holster, and the other one and hey, Anders. Yeah, let's go quickly just do this. I wanted to run something here, I already forgot. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to run. Although actually, what else do I have here? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's start with that one. I haven't ran this in a while. Although actually I'm gonna put liability on, right? So that's not gonna work out for me. Oh, it's inactive even. So at least nice that you don't have to have a loading screen there. So liability, quicken. I think the last one was Tapper, right? Well, does this mission even have snipers, really? I don't think so, right? Like at all. Short and medium range for 5 seconds. It's pretty actually interesting to use with I've grabbed backfire. First for each new entering the because we're gonna use that maybe for the last 10%. Because we'll always have like somebody in medium range if we're kind of unloading the thing. Actually, wait, before I use this, didn't I have the chest already? Didn't I have a chest for this already? Because one of the things this build can take is now 2-piece Cheska. Although I think I had a mask, right? Or was it a chest? Or maybe I had nothing. Wait. I have one piece? Or was it somewhere else, maybe? What is this thing even? I think I was using another Picaro somewhere. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's take the holster. Why cannot? Maybe I chose not to keep it in the end. Because yeah, there's an upgrade to this with 2-piece Cheska, which helps out get it a little bit more damage. Because that 2-piece is now 20.
You're coming up on Dragov's outer perimeter. Remember, you're only here for Dragov. But if you find his supply depot, raid it. Denying Dragov that stockpile will also deny Keener crucial support.
Be careful. I still don't like the idea of throwing you to the wolves, no matter how much we want Dragov for this role in the city hall attack.
So I do this, and then back to here.
This is me going easy.
Oh no, I'm gonna just weapon swap, right? Just weapon swap that way, I'm back.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Well, I'm at least immune against bleed. Wait, else I'm just... Oh, actually, yeah, I can just do this and then do this, right? Yeah, that is super broken.
Some nails.
I'm heading for that.
Hostile radio intercepted.
I hear gunfire. Report.
The loading area by Broad Street is under attack. It's the division.
Sell the gate. Use the ADC. Do not let them raid the stockpile.
Oh,
We lost one.
Vital signs critical. Agent down.
I mean, this wouldn't per se be something I would pick for an actual.
Here's the part where you die. What the actual fuck?
Wait, why isn't it reloading? Oh, I should. Oh, wait. So I would swap then. So I want this on both. Yeah. That's kind of awkward to learn the things. Thanks. Thanks, Denison. Was that? But that's just striker, right? Yeah. But yeah, that kind of But this format is on a stream, right? Because oh no, I should have shot targeted. Yeah, you did pick the right moment. Yeah, yeah. So that kind of confirms strike at the release. I'm get the clown mask or opens the room master. It's so there's gonna be, I don't know how they're gonna do that though. There's gonna be raffles, or just basically people can. But also it is only available for another 10 hours, so it's only this week. Otherwise, you have to pay for it. It's the bundle of the week. There were a bunch of giveaways, but I think maybe I'm gonna guess all of those are done now as well. I saw a bunch of giveaways on like.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm gonna get killed here. Yeah.
Agent vital signs 0.
Yeah, this thing. Yeah, I was trying to make the holster right here. Let's actually grab a real build and actually just finish a New York mission here. I haven't messed around with the holster much yet, just because I didn't know it did the reload thing. Actually, this thing, of course, already could use plus 20 rand.
Be careful with that.
How is this thing landing crit chance wise? 56. I'm sure we could do it, just swap to that for now. So we're gonna do 62, which is gonna likely beat. So she saved this lane nice. And so it's grabbing the negotiator. Techie tanky. Tanky techie. It's not using the backpack, so it's not in any way different than last season's negotiator. Yeah, actually, I wanted to. Yeah. Oh, maybe we did that quick. I want to grab EB. Although it's still available today, but yeah, it's for buying. And also, I mean, of course, with
You got something to trade?
giveaways and stuff, it's not that everybody got it anyway. Yeah, let's grab EB. I haven't used EB yet. Not per se the best build for it. We were negotiator with the tech tank. Hey, Pamic. Give out 3 codes, and that was 1 number. Yeah, I saw those ones, but also there was others. Like they gave a bunch to. Saw a few people having it like in the discords of like certain creators.
Hostile radio intercepted.
I hear gunfire. Report.
Loading area by Broad Street is under
Actually, can
attack.
I mean, this is just worse. Right?
Sell the gate. Use the ADC. Do not let them raid the stockpile.
Actually, negotiate another bad way as well to deal with our enemies here, the requital ones. This is a night tank build. Please don't last bit and share from. Kind of depends what you mean with a tank build. Do you mean something just tanky for yourself to kind of use around, or do you mean actually like raid tank? Because those are different things. If you want something tanky for like solo play, I would recommend style of build like I'm running here, which I call tech tanks. They're in the recommended folder. There's a few tech tanks in there, and they're set up to be kind of, although here as well, the global or the global modifier is really helping. but yeah, they're set up to be tank E, but not per se like tanks. They're not raid tanks. Yeah, so this is, for instance, a negotiator. Sorry, the recommended build is that this is a negotiator one. I wouldn't per se recommend this one starting out. There's the Heartbreaker and the Striker that are in there. And yeah, they're set up kind of with a memento that you kind of, once the memento is kind of charged up, which, you know, solo, just halfway through a mission or something.
Protect that stockpile.
You have a very strong shield. So there's that Artificer there healing the shield every 10 seconds.
Get that
That means that I can
stockpile,
hide behind my shield.
Everything you take
for
from
playing.
them is something they can't send to Keener.
Fuckers are in Keener supplies. I don't care what it takes.
It's not per
Take them
se the build that is too tanky, although I have a bunch of blue cars, but
Hostiles incoming.
it's much more my shield is very tanky.
Hostiles
And
drawing
then
near.
basically front towards enemy. That's basically more than enough tanking to like run solo stuff, and
Hostiles incoming.
then you can do it in different ways. So this, for instance, is a negotiator one. I wouldn't per se recommend this one starting out, just because negotiator get some getting used to, but also, for instance, here I'm not actually playing it well. Could be marking more enemies and, you know, spreading damage.
Incoming.
Why do I have to deal with these small? Consider it paid! That will show them who they're
Wait, what is this one?
Got it. Damn, our numbers are...
I like it. Let me link
Hostiles approaching.
to the Heartbreaker one. That one's also the easiest to make.
I'm gonna shoot you now!
They do kind of
Hostiles
rely
incoming.
on a memento, so you would need that. Well, it's not too hard of a farm. I don't know. Oh, with the global on? Yeah, I would imagine. Oh, that will not make you popular in, in that run.
Stockpile's lost. No response from Duchess.
Fuck! They killed Duchess? I
Yeah,
want
no,
them
that sounds good.
dead. These assholes suck.
And always feel free to, like, if you have any questions and stuff.
You're not getting away
Hostile
with
forces
this shit.
incoming.
As well, actually, so I don't know if you're familiar with my YouTube channel. But I do have actually a build showcases about them. The builds have changed a tiny bit. But the tanks not so much. Some of them might need like one more crit chance mod, but that's still stuff that needs to happen on the build play, because yeah, they changed a bunch of the gear. But in the worst case, you're like 99% of the way there. It might be just later on you'll need to change out the mod from crit damage to crit chance or something if you check it in a month. Jam.
Lights out, jackass! Hey, asshole! Oh, shit! They surrounded me! Take them down!
Hey!
Surprised there's no
Regroup at the
nothing
APC.
affecting melee.
Load it up. It's time
Actually,
to take
there
back
isn't, right?
control.
There's nothing that affects melee with the
Careful,
modifiers.
Agent. Take your
Well,
time.
they always just put one in.
You don't need to rush
Just
this.
to- Oh. That's opportunity. There's 7. I actually haven't looked at the day 7 one yet. Guessing you have to kill a bunch of heavies. What the game calls tanks. Knowingly here, I can't actually mark the APC. The nice thing's kind of this, like I can just stand in front of this thing. I can't, like, you know, shouldn't get blown up, but... Might as well. Keep in mind that here I'm using the global modifier and stuff, and that adds a lot of damage. My god, adds a lot of damage. Anyway, kill the back from here where it's completely safe. Let's go get the chest over there. Yeah, depending on which heavies you're going like after and stuff. It's actually, yeah, if you're gonna with some of these, like farming them might be like, although I'm just not gonna do the sniper one, I feel. So let's try this. Still had a passive modifier available then. Let's actually, yeah, let's abandon this. Guys, I was checking something. And then she died to the negotiator spread there.
Dragov is holed up in the exchange, but it looks like it's locked down tight.
What's I gonna say?
You might be able to gain access from the scaffolding across the street.
Because if you want to do that tank one, what would be the? I'm like directly thinking of was it? Close range with impatient. This would be a grind with stranded. I feel like the walkway part. There's also actually you have one rusher after, right? So you can kill all 3 heavies and then die to the rusher. It resets.
NG set.
Actually, what I should do is prime time active a lot.
Blow this shit. Let's fuck him up.
And this build doesn't per se need Eagle Bear, like I'm not really using the talent on the Eagle Bear. I just wanted to mess around with it. Because the talent on the Eagle Bear is something to tank, basically, and there's one build that doesn't need that, is that. Actually, I should be doing elites at close range. And throwers at mid-range. Well, I think elites at close range will be the thing. Wait, I got a bunch of kills. Oh, it's elite hostiles. At long range. Okay. Let's do that then. There's a bunch of elites here usually. Not these guys though. No, I'm 4-man. The one nice thing you can do with Negotiator is just if you mark multiple enemies. Of course, I'm gonna toss my hive on the ground so now no longer get shot. But yeah, these turrets are actually kind of nice for spread damage. And yeah, the Faraday. Faraday saving me from the shot there. Did the Eagle get a weapon handling as well, actually? Am I just not remembering that? Oh, it's at 10, right? Yeah. This build doesn't have much in weapon handling either. Maybe I just remember kicking a lot. One mission or subject that responds to Changa, so let's just reset that or whatever. The journey. Yeah, I'm just gonna not do that basically. Mostly gets by without if I can. So I'm not in a hurry to get it done. The big prize that I want from it is still like this one. The all out. Which I'm gonna get after this part anyway. And then I'm on the last one anyway, so. But yeah, I'm already pretty far. Because it is definitely cheesable, especially for this, like these missions. If we're really going for them. Wait, does that? Wait, can I? Lady, could you stand up? I want to break your reflect. Wait, how? Oh, nothing. Close. Wait, was I doing full damage against the Starlight guy? It will be easier to check on a different negotiator. This negotiator is always weird. Oh, actually, yeah, I think I'm doing full damage against the Stellite, even though...
Knuckles, you're with me.
Or did that count at medium hits because I was hitting something medium and I was spreading? There's so many questions we have now with
unknown network detected.
You know, so much interactions with this global thing.
The
Middle of DC. Oh, actually, that one's also.
Murder your sisters, imprison you and your family. Are you gonna take
Yeah, this is might actually be even easier. Although, do you even get 3 solo? I don't even remember if you get 3 solo.
nothing? Then show the division that they
Heavies.
can't touch us. Show me what you're made of.
That's the one that like came to mind. Stranded Tiger was on. Just right away. Just to be so unfun. Are they unfun? I mean, well, likely different definitions of fun. Because you don't have to grind them. Like, the rewards for them are mostly tied to the global thing anyway, so you don't like running the global thing. Because if you grind it and stuff, I can kind of get that. Ooh, actually. You know what? I might actually grind. So for instance, here. These are all elites. I'm actually curious, does the global reset when you die? Or the active?
Got you now, motherfucker!
Gonna move somewhere.
This is annoying that you can't see if it's still active. Man.
Finally using the good shit.
Oh, it's not right yet. It's actually that here. There's one place where like has a bunch of
Get any closer and I'll.
elites,
Vital signs
or
critical.
has a bunch of
Agent vital
elites.
signs.
Speaking of cheesing, let's maybe do a little. Year 1 specializations. I mean, those weren't also too bad. Oh, shit. I'm on heroic, of course. I was like talking about challenging and not thinking.
Hurry it up! Get that shit inside!
Yeah, maybe I set it to challenging and go for that. That's dumb. That's what I get for half being awake and half sick and frying my brain with talking about weapons for
Radio intercepted.
I hear gunfire. Report.
Loading area.
in my brain. I was on challenging. I was like, this is partially as well, just because this doesn't even feel like
Do not let them raid the stockpile.
like this thing is exceptionally weak. Like that doesn't kind of come true lately. But the single target of this thing is usually like super weak, making it almost a challenge thing. I fix these up. Yeah. Although yeah, it's not like all the time here. We're kind of going for a bit without some issues. So. Although yeah, usually when it starts, it just keeps going for several times. What happens here if actually, there's 2 elites at long range. It gave me there for the reversal modifier. Oh, it gave me for both. What? I think it doesn't actually care what modifier I have active. It gave me also for the reversal one. There. Elites at or whatever at long range enemies that it wants. Okay. Also, they were, you know, not too bad, those ones. Part of it as well, just like what mindset you go into it. If you go like, this just sucks, like, yeah, you're not gonna have it.
Protect that stockpile. Duchess, I need you to
I don't
see
mind
one
lists.
personally.
And especially if they force you to, you know, do maybe things
Get
outside of
that
your comfort
stockpile,
zone.
Agent. Everything you
I
take
mean, that's
from
the
them
whole
is
like
something they can't send
initial
here.
idea from
Fuckers are in here.
achievements, kind of.
I don't care what it takes. Take them out.
Reaching to the stockpile now.
Hostiles drawing near. Hostiles.
If nothing else, it kind of
I'm gonna turn you into
invites you to actually equip all of the other thingies for a little bit. Because also, I think for part of it, the weapon handling for short range is not.
Hostiles approaching.
I didn't hate that.
Hostiles drawing near. Hostiles incoming.
Single damage here.
waste material. Let's burn it off. Really pissing me off.
And stop ending it.
Hostiles approaching.
It's like I can get that before she gets that. But
Hostiles incoming.
yeah, now. Because we don't have to loot everything, so. Deltas every 2 minutes is pretty unfun. Does it delta every 2 minutes? That's the thing. Like if you're if we're going with like everything sucks, then everything sucks. Does it delta every 2 minutes? Like those are as well. We did like 4 missions or 3 missions before delta this once. Still annoying. I don't disagree with you, but they're
No response
like
from Duchess.
you don't have to like when something is shitty. You don't have to go like everything is shitty because.
Asshole suffer!
Actually, these guys won't
Hostile
get a lot
forces
eventually.
incoming.
Like you don't have to exaggerate when like this is when there's a dancing. That doesn't help.
Hostiles
Not
nearby.
yourself, not anybody else. Also, with all of them, with literally all of them, the objectives that are New York are like that, and then also there's only 2, so you can always skip them.
Fucking shit!
There are some of the easier ones, so you don't want to skip them, of course, but you can skip them.
Get these bastards!
Because there's the thing, eventually here as well, I'll likely delta at some point, but there's a difference between, like, there is a difference between it happening eventually and, like, it being always an issue. On top of that as well, you always have the option to
Regroup
not.
with the
Yes.
APC and load
With
it
all.
up. It's time to take back control.
Finish even one,
Careful,
give up
Agent.
after like 20 minutes.
Take your
Okay.
time. You don't need to rush this.
But that's, yeah, you had a bad experience there, and I don't disbelieve you and stuff. Not that, that's not the thing. Like, yeah, I've had it as well, where it like instantly started crashing. But then, yeah, you don't have to do them yourself. And then secondly, that
APC can take a beating.
overall, it's not like, you know, your experience was just your experience there. Trying to like paint it as everybody's experience is. And hopefully they'll fix it as well. Like the thing to do there is just go like, hopefully they'll fix it. For now, I'll just not use New York if I don't have to, which you don't. But then again, that is also not unfun. That is just frustrating. That's to me a different thing. Because I don't have much respect for the word fun to begin with. Using it like that doesn't like help your case to me at least.
I'm so fucked!
You are so fucked. That's what I get for not paying attention. So I have to redo this whole thing. But somebody was yelling at their screen going, wait, dummy, you're on heroic.
Dragov is holed up in the
Sure, okay.
exchange, but it looks like it's locked down tight. You might be able to gain access from the scaffolding across the street.
I mean, we've had others as well, right? Like, it was annoying when it delta and stuff. But they're both not required because, yeah, the Wony stuff is still, of course, tied to owning Wony, which a lot of people, you know, will not have still. For instance, as well for me that I did enjoy the field recon or the specializations, especially some of the things is actually memorable. Like, at the end of the day, I'll take some of those just because, yeah, they were actually. I still remember them to this day, which we can't say for like every day. I'd rather take sometimes when you asshole. Could you peek? Let me just kill you. Yeah, so it's giving me both reversal. Wait, can I just run reversal then? Because it's giving me both from the other one for reversal and both for this one. Because if I can run reversal, that's much easier. Maybe I could reversal and I'll have it for the last one.
Time to make a
The rare melee kill. So I should grab that one. Like fun, we're fun. No, at the end of the day as well, like it doesn't matter. The misuse of that is not even like the big issue for me. It's just it doesn't mean anything. Like what does fun mean? Because some people will definitely say something like Dark Souls is fun because it's challenging, and some people will say I don't want challenging video games. They're supposed to be fun. Like, what does fun mean in either of those? Example I always give is there's people that find it fun to hang themselves from hooks from ceilings. If you think that I'm making that up, you have never watched the Discovery Channel when you were young or something.
Unknown network detected.
Is that fun? Honestly, I can see the fun in it, even like the adrenaline rush of that and stuff. But I'm not gonna define fun with that. It's just a It's mostly used to actually make you think that, you know, whatever you consider fun, that this thing is that. That is actually what usually is it's used to. To not actually say anything, but just to make you feel a thing that you're already thinking about something. Just use the modifier, right? Yeah. Have fun killing people, yeah. Actually, let me get you here. So the struggle from a war hounds had a lot of delta at that one, yeah. I mean, yeah, like this definitely deltas quite a bit, but it's not like unplayably delta. To get the reversal kill, I think it's broken for me, even just running it alone. So the thing with it that is reversal flips the ranges. So you have to kill close range. Close range is now long range. So because it asks you to kill long range, but the actual thing is you need to be in close range, trigger reversal, that makes close range long range, and then you kill in close range. Which is, yeah, kind of, you know, you kind of just have to figure that out, basically. that's more the thing. But that definitely is, yeah, I have a ton of progress into that one. I didn't finish that one, but because using the active is kind of like not my jam, but hey, let's go finish this before we delta. Speaking of deltas. No, don't get in my range. What actually extends prime time? I don't remember. Oh yeah, it's gone now by... It has to be gone by now.
Those greedy fucks got
Time. The division's reign of terror ends here and now.
Second, they got long range here is over for them. Hopefully they spawn far away. They do this.
time to put these
Oh,
fuckers
that's...
down. Shit, let's see how these bastards
Serious trauma detected.
take off their fucking head.
Minigun power restored.
Oh, yes.
Agent vital signs
I
0.
mean, at least they should be at the boss fight here. They got the foam on me. That's impressive.
It's time.
Where's this from?
The division's reign of terror ends here and now.
Okay, now spawn far away so I can insta-kill you.
Let's get them, boys.
Why didn't you spawn
Time to put these
further last
fuckers
time?
down.
Minigun power restored.
Had enough yet?
Let's go to orange. Actually, drag up doesn't bother. Gonna strip the other two.
Vital signs critical. Minigun power restored.
I know I might, yeah. I should just close it. Trying to do like, I was trying to set them up for doing it with prime time.
Armor's busted.
I think they,
Rogue
I
agent
feel did
deceased.
change. I remember the liability just melting you. Nah. Or maybe. Nah. Definitely doesn't any. Oh. I mean, I have active. That time they stayed. For some reason. My time there that took forever. Why people play hard video games is about overcoming challenges, about having a game that gives you the autonomy to solve problems that game present in to place. Yeah. Like the thing is, challenge can be fun. Just like part of competition and stuff can be fun. Same way that, you know, like some people do like PvP, some people don't. Like just having a smart opponent can be fun. But then if everything is kind of fun, what does that actually then mean? Because usually when people are talking about fun, they actually do mean something, but they're just obfuscating it with that. That's why, to me, like it's a useless word. Like, if somebody says a build is fun, I kind of already go like, I guess it's a bad build. If the best thing you can say about it that is that it's fun, because good builds are effective or good or, you know, situationally really good or meta or because even the thing is, like, I wouldn't, even for purple builds or something where I make them technically for that same argument of like it's fun because it's different. That's usually what they mean with it's fun. It's unique. You know, you're not cookie cutter. I wouldn't still use the word fun. That's what would use the word. It's a challenge. It's you make a build to create challenge for yourself. Yeah, I believe it's first and run 1, 0 and well. I mean, just try, yeah, just so have enemies in close range and then just trigger reversal. That should give it, because it is just hostiles, right? It's not even like elites or anything. But yeah, you basically need close range enemies instead of the long range. Because when you hit reversal, it reversals. Oh, crits within medium range. Okay. But actually, yeah, let's see. Because yeah, prime time is giving when I'm killing at long range, it's giving also for that other reversal one. I get the feeling they don't actually check which one of those is active. Let's actually go try. Actually, maybe let's try this with a mission. As I'm going, actually, I do need a chance. Let's jump to Stranded. Let's go get Stranded. Time to do that. The modifiers are bad. That they all just count for each other? Is that it, or is there something else in it? Yeah, I think they just check if the modifier or if the active is active. It's not. What do you see? And it shows no modifiers. I mean, yeah, you basically have to always check if you have modifiers equipped, but you can also see it here. So you just go into your menu and just check that you have modifiers equipped. Whenever you get deltaed or disconnected or log back in, quite often, it's not every time, which is kind of annoying, but quite often it does eat the things. Yeah, let's go as Chameleon, actually. Wait, how much? This is also just 15, right? Yeah, so we're in the same, like, 62, which is fine. I'm gonna optimize this one.
Conley and hopefully get us one step closer to finding that son of a bitch Keener. We know that patrols of cleaners regularly head out through the west gate of their oil
we're using the hotshot
refinery.
at close range?
Let's exploit that opportunity.
Because in everything, you have to just do it
infiltrate
at
their
close range.
complex.
A lot of
And then
peacekeepers
hit
are
reverse.
dead because Keena's been using Conley. Find her and make it count.
It's not long range, it's actually close range.
Look out, my throat!
Actually, it's... Right here, another play is gonna be always to hit some legs first. Get the reload buff up. And go from there. I got melee. Just want to melee you to death. Oh my. Oh, we have a reduction also on the.
Division has infiltrated our complex. Could be a contamination risk. We can't let anything disrupt our operation. Oil is the fuel of our organization and our cause.
Sounds like Conley's really invested in this oil business.
I guess now you know which buttons to push.
Something like that.
Agent,
Yeah,
let's wreck their
looks like.
compound.
Oh well, actually, let me try here. We have an elite. Which we don't.
I knew it! Fucker! I'm done!
Still don't have the legs.
Reinforcements are coming. Protect our
I have one elite.
Hostiles detected nearby.
Looks like the reinforcements are coming from the cleaner's underground tunnel system.
There's a transfer there. Actually, negotiator isn't a bad way to deal with.
I need a bigger mag!
With requital as well. Sorry, could you just stay here for a second? That did not count for the long range other one. No, never mind. So we're talking about deltas earlier. They do eventually happen. There's wall around it, I can't start it. Wait, what? How did you manage that? Wait, you can't even fast travel to it then? Or short and long. Let's load into this one. Well, actually, I'm gonna swap character. I feel. Don't want to per se run negotiator. Wait, just as a question as well, Outworth, are you actually activating it? Or because you do know the active one needs to be activated, right?
Hostage situation nearby.
Because that one's also missable. Because you need the ADS, you would need to be over someone, and then on PC you press T on, I don't know what you press on console, it's whatever you press to go rogue.
Time to take down Vivian
Let's give it a
Conley
try
and
if we Delta
hopefully get
again,
us
that's
one step
fine.
closer to finding
Give
that
up,
son of a bitch cleaner. We know that patrols of cleaners regularly head out to the west gate of their oil refinery. Let's exploit that opportunity and infiltrate their complex.
A lot of peacekeepers are dead because Keen has been using Conley. Find her and make it count.
Where's the other one? Where am I shield again?
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent killed.
Time to take
Trying
down
to
Vivian
roll
Conley and
away with the
hopefully
shield
get us
then.
one step closer to finding that
When do
son
you
of a
actually
bitch
see?
cleaner.
So wait, if I
We know
have
that
this guy,
patrols of
right?
cleaners regularly head out to the west gate of
like
their oil
47.
refinery. Let's
I did
exploit that
this.
opportunity and infiltrate their
Okay,
complex.
so then
A lot of
that's.
peacekeepers are dead because Keen has been using Conley. Find her and make it count.
I think actually, yeah, the Stellite is not affecting Negotiator. So if I kill, like if I hit this guy, I'm gonna hit this guy. So I seem to get full amounts on as long as I'm hitting somebody without Stella. I need to check that out.
I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker! Real brave, hide behind a shield! Fuck you, agent!
That's interesting. Prime time is counted for reversal, but reversal doesn't count for prime time.
We can't let anything disrupt our operation.
So that would definitely be
organization and our cause.
elite at long
Sounds like
range.
Conley's
There you
really
got there.
invested in this oil business.
I guess now you know which buttons to push.
Oh,
Agent, let's
wait,
wreck their compound.
oh well. I had it active, so activate it. Well, let's try again. Maybe it, maybe if it's not in here, it doesn't understand. Also, there's a guy outside keeping me in combat, which sucks for the chameleon. It's exactly what you don't want for the chameleon.
You'll be burning.
Protect our assets.
Hostiles detected nearby.
Looks like the reinforcements are coming from the cleaner's underground tunnel system.
I'm gonna kill some of these requittals with spread damage and see if that works out for me. There's another elite.
I'm gonna shoot you in the fuck.
Find a way to block off access to the tunnels, or the place will be swarming with cleaners in no time. It'll also
In
keep
fact,
Conley from
there's
using the
not.
tunnel as an escape route.
That's odd. But yeah, so prime time is working for the other one, but the other one's not working for this one.
I suggest you sabotage whatever parts of the cleaner's oil production you come across.
That's fine.
Might piss Conley off and get her out of whatever hole she's hiding in.
Rhodes,
Yeah, no,
I
it's
like
not.
the way you think.
You grown
Yeah,
on
I'm
me
doing
too,
good.
Kelso.
Just messing about with a bunch of stuff.
Inside the complex.
Going through the journey a little bit.
Too many people depend on us to succeed.
Trying to not cheese it too much. Just a little bit. Because there's definitely some cheesable stuff here, but I'm going to bang out some of these New York missions. Could do them on whatever it wants. Challenging, yeah, but where's the fun in
Agent,
there?
I've deployed a surveillance drone to the area. I'll let you know if I spot Conley.
But I hope you're doing good as well, and everybody else is also enjoying their Monday. Also, yeah, for those, Danny should still be available, right? Likely for another half hour? No, another hour. An hour and a half. This way, let's have 3 exotic
Cooling pumps
caches if you
detected.
haven't.
Whatever they're cooling
Gone to
probably
them.
can't handle too much heat. Do whatever you can do to disable those pumps, Agent. Trust me, it'll be fun.
So wait, what is it? Throwers in mid-range, right? No, it's elite.
Looks like there's some more cooling pumps. You know what
Right,
to
yeah, for
do.
2 of these I need elite. Yeah, I should just go do like public executions. Maybe.
Cooling pump system compromised.
See? I told you it'd be fun.
Longer. Yeah, asshole.
Serious trauma detected.
Lose the distance. I wanted to murder you at long range.
Let's see what else you can mess with that'll piss her off.
I'm actually looking for an ongoing chest, so this might be the mission I do a few times. Do I need two? No, I need just one, right? For one character. Yeah.
The division's roaming inside our complex, disrupting our production and endangering our most precious resource. This is Joe Farrow's legacy. Don't let the division spoil it. Defend the refinery with your life.
Hostiles
Defend
detected
the
nearby.
refinery with your wife. Thing still not a long
Cooling
range.
pumps detected.
Long
Sounds
range
like another
accuracy thing,
great
but
golden opportunity to me, Agent.
with this level of buffs,
Oil refinery system compromised.
That's sweet music to my ears.
you know what? I'm gonna stay long range.
Oil refinery
Melt this boss.
inoperative.
Conley's not gonna like that one bit. Good.
Hostiles detected nearby.
Watch out! That refinery is falling apart, and the pieces will have to land somewhere. Avoid the impact areas.
Didn't work out as well as I would want to. I should have. Yeah, he's going to take his helmet off, make himself an easy target.
Just caught sight of Conley on the tanker. She moved through the rift in the middle. Keep it up. You're right on her tail.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll have a reset. They don't seem to have announced server maintenance or anything, so likely we'll have no resolution yet to New York deltas or rifle sounds and stuff.
Echo detected nearby.
Should I? Let's do the thing. Let's get the extra box here. It's kind of hard to see it through the smoke there, but so if you shoot 3 of these balls, I'm gonna shoot a 4th one. And this one, of course, we open with that box up there. Shooting 3 balls opens this door, or well, allows you to open this door. Just an extra piece of loot. Not very useful, but eh. And Estella just takes too many hits to pick off of enemies, I feel, you know. I feel it should be like 5-6 shots should be enough just to get Stellite off of enemies. Thinking there for a second, maybe I activate tap or equip tap or something. Yeah.
Rogue agent detected.
Rogues, you say? Well, let's go murder them. Actually, I'm just gonna keep this negotiator technique, I guess. Scooter PU. Look, it has different base damage than the Vector 45. Yeah, it has the old. It has 43 or 4430 base, which is an oddity. And I did take it. Because then as well, the Oreo didn't get 1250 as its base. It got 1275. Hello, Roggies. Please allow me to kill you without issue. I also want to. Oh, that's a mortar.
Hostile artillery turret detected.
Sir, could you come over here where your mortar can't hit me? Yeah.
Rogue
He just
agent
wanted to have a
eliminated.
real good look at this face. He was just afraid to shoot it. It was just. As he was pointing his gun at me, he was could have murdered my face off, but he just was. It was just, look at his face. I could have murdered his face. I can totally murder that face. Crazy. Yeah, nah. Now there's a lot of. I don't know if you noticed as well. A lot of the bases are actually off. Or not. The numbers that they put out, it seems. They seem to be
Like the green
a little bit off.
resilient, operating without reflection, just doing what it's programmed to. Pathetic. But we're experts with fire, and with fire we'll eradicate the division, just like we'll eradicate the fire.
Same with the White Death? Okay. I haven't heard about White Death yet. But...
The cleaners really did a number on her. Jesus.
I have a White Death here. Because especially those big discrepancies are pretty easy to spot. Because you just look at the show base and then, like, if it's way off, if it's, you know, if this is off, then then it's. Does he have a Dark Winter now? Do they have any other names here? Could it be all the names? Would that be? Let's see. Yeah, where's LMG? E6, E4, 65.2, and then yeah, 65 point or 65.233.5. So at least that one kind of aligns. Don't remember the old. What was the old for? That was in tabs open because we're recording that one with you. What was the old for? At least the good times. The old for the good times was 73. So yeah, at least. So it's not everything at least. I could craft one after this mission of the blueprints. Or one of my stash. Like.
Gas valve detected.
Let's get that extra crate here as well. Actually, this will also answer how many heavies we get here. Solo. Because in 4-man you get 3 here. I don't remember if that's the same as solo.
I've got a visual on Conley again. She's moved to the upper deck. Looks like she's preparing for her last stand.
Typical extremist.
Yeah, but I'm getting a loot kill, so that's much more. It's too solo. Hi. Already tried it out, then I'm guessing. That's still not bad though, it also. Because DCD is always going to be 1 solo, right? You don't get the 2 there. Not that we're like, I'm not even at that step yet, but thinking out loud. Yeah, why don't you take off your helmet? Next. Please take off your mask, sir. Thank you. And the thing is that the animation. Oh, you don't get that. If is the checkpoint there? No. Okay. So yeah, you could likely you can murder yourself there. There's also on 4-man you get an rusher afterwards, so you can have that kill you easily. Not that you need help getting murdered usually. Getting murdered is the easy part. Really, we just get one enemy. I haven't done these missions on heroic solo in a while. Complete journey saves likely the crash for me as well. Yeah. Although, well, we've had one delta so far, but seems to be, knock on wood, staying with one delta.
Unknown network detected.
Sounds like you're on the right track.
I was thinking for a second there, maybe I go. This guy also has the hardware spam. I missed. Oh no, that's the rogues. I was like, wait, did I miss loot down there? But no, that's just the
Conley's in the control room.
optimization
Get ready,
resources
Agent.
from the
It's
rogues.
time to
They
end
also
this.
show up yellow. And it seems very hit and miss. Like, we definitely as well had it like
Kick her ass, Agent.
several times in a row. Sometimes, and then
For the longest time, I didn't understand why the division wouldn't
hours
recognize
and
our
not.
work. What we're trying to do. I guess the only thing the division understands is that they're about to lose another agent.
It's going for the ties there.
Rhodes, that fire tower there. Anything we can do about it?
No,
There's gotta be a power source on it somewhere.
it's gonna have only 2 of
Destroying
course.
it usually does the trick.
Group size +1 up to 4.
There you go. Easy peasy. Power source knocked out. Tower disabled.
Any of you elite? No? Nobody elite?
Like the division, all our work is about providing the right conditions for life to prosper.
Nobody elitist.
Your ignorance is obscuring your ability to realize this. As long as you live, you'll be in our way. You really have no idea what you're doing. The cause you are compromising right now.
I'm ready.
That's bad guy code for. You're doing really great.
Ready to die.
Keep at it.
Gas valves detected.
Time to improvise. See if you can do anything with those valves.
Oil gas pressure redirected.
I feel it's quite dangerous to ask this space to do something with the valves. Just, I feel it's getting shoved somewhere. I feel this guy would just grab this valve and just try to like frisbee it to Conley's face. That'll be
You flushed her out, Agent. Now take her down.
what would happen there.
Fuck. We lost one.
I really do think I can take you, Conley.
Eyes on the target. You're solid fire. Come here. We could have used someone like you.
The right to remain exploded. Any chunks of you remaining will be used against you in a
Well, that was
court
something.
of
Fire,
Chunks.
explosions, homicidal maniacs. A bit rich for my taste, but I
I'm
can see
going
why you
crazy.
guys like it.
You did a lot
Turns
today.
out.
We shut down the cleaner's oil pipeline, got rid of Conley.
Oh,
Keener
and,
can't use her to target the JTF
and hey
anymore.
there, Matt Black.
And we're one step
And
closer to catching
Then
him.
you got a double raid
Well
there,
done,
but
Agent.
I always appreciate
Yes,
it. Yeah,
you
hope,
got her.
hope you had a good stream. I'm guessing fellow Division streamer, likely, right? Just have a peek. But yeah, thanks for the raid and much appreciated there. Hope you had a good stream. And welcome raiders. As I say, I'm just getting through this journey. We're journeying our way through it. Slowly but surely advancing. Although as well, I could go a lot faster if I were to do it on normal and stuff, but yeah, where's the fun in that, right? One thing I do want to do though, we did some missions here. I just want to, let's go for some of these publics. Does this character have some bounties here? Well, then maybe we go back to, let's go here. We'll see. See how it goes. We might Delta, but that'll be fine. But yeah, welcome again, Raiders. And thanks again, Matt. How often do you see elite convoys in DC? Need another fiber, but it's been a couple of days. Thanks in advance. Do you need the Warhound convoy, or is it just elite convoys? Elite convoys are not that rare. There's usually one on the map. One thing you can use, which is not known by everybody. In New York, it doesn't work, but actually in DC, if you go to Legend here, it shows all of the activities going on, and you're just gonna, you have to just find it. In New York, annoyingly, it doesn't work well. But there's usually one elite convoy going around the map, and basically when it's kind of despawns, likely another will spawn pretty quickly. It's kind of like with elite territory. If you do an elite territory, like 5-6 minutes later, another will spawn somewhere on the map. You do need a red map for it, so yeah, if you have a full green map, that's not going to work. If it's the Warhound convoy, that is generally if you just load in at the start and you haven't done idle yet that week, so that West Potomac is acting as invaded. Basically, whenever you load in or like reset world or go to New York and back, it'll have a Warhound convoy. But yeah, those are two different things. So one's gonna which way you need. But yeah, have in DC, just have a look on the reset your map as well if you're willing to have everything be red basically. And then go to that Legends tab where it just shows everything. It's annoying that in New York it doesn't. It's always been one of my annoyances.
Terminating hostage.
Yeah, how about you don't terminate the hostage? How about also I put a better weapon than this? Somebody has special ammo, but they're not showing it. Yeah, that's why I'm dropping my artificer there. We need elites in close range as well. Actually, I'm not sure if the negotiator kills will count for that. I should maybe pay attention to that. Oh, one of them was already murdered. Oh, that's okay though. At least for me, not for that guy. That guy's dead. It's not okay for that guy. I'm okay with it. I can live with it because I'm... That's your day. It's okay if you die. You're not me.
Tell you anything. Please, just let me go.
Also, yeah. Why am I sticking with this thing? Just grab an Elmo that actually has, you know, some long range. Again, yeah. No, activities. It's definitely noticeable that. Yeah, quite often it doesn't show what the initial wave has. The second wave that spawns usually does show it correctly, man.
I've been waiting for this.
Don't have to
Detecting
visit that guy out of this one.
hostile contacts.
Yeah, let's grab something that can actually go at long range. Let's grab the E again. Is there a comeback already? No, still hold on. Actually, then I should kill you at close range. Hold on. Because we need elites at close range. In range to play Cluedo. Something like that. So the master. Yeah, nice. Well, welcome. As I was indeed not familiar with your name, but we'll give you a follow back as well. And yeah, I often as well kind of try to see about, you know, some new fresh faces. As yeah, we all start somewhere, right? So, helping each other out. As I didn't metal quite often. Jumps into a lot of streams. Yeah, he's helping here as well.
Pretty sure I'm...
Yeah, we got those two. Let's get... Don't want to go to a safe house because I don't want to keep my mementos, but yeah, let's go get that one. Yeah, let's put a bump into these elites. One with like taking. Wait, that's elite patrols, right? Yeah. Because that would be normally elite patrols. Elite patrols as well. Usually there's one on the map somewhere. Because yeah, if you go into that legend, you should be able to see it. You do need at least somewhat red of a map. But there's usually one somewhere on the map. And then when you take care of that one, sometimes it takes a few minutes to like start spawning. Also, if it's at nighttime, it spawns less. So generally, your best bet is during the daytime, and then even if you don't like see one, give it like a few minutes, and then jump to New York or back or somewhere and back so that the world kind of reloads. If it doesn't, because our elite patrols are pretty consistent. One of the more annoying ones is mostly just the supply drop, just because supply drop needs mostly a green. Well, it needs at least a few, like you need some control points captured. Actually, let's murder these with close range. Okay, throwers at medium.
I need armor that actually lasts.
Assholes think they can scare me?
Also thrower.
Vital signs critical.
I did kill the one guy more. And I'm gonna give it a few seconds and just regen a bit. Let's get to long range and actually stellite her.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Let's see what all of them are. We're making a dent into those throwers and stuff.
We did it.
Yeah, you guys totally did it.
Target is near you, Agent.
You know what?
Hey, thanks.
If it is next door, let's go do it. Wait, what? Oh, wait, that's, yeah. Yeah, that's north, okay. Completely turned around. Thought it was like facing south. I'm like, wait, what, how did, where is this thing? No worries. And I always feel free to ask any of those kind of questions. Because also for some of them, I won't have an answer, and then maybe somebody else does. And we all learn from each other. As I was actually quite surprised that, wait, what? Oh no, that's the... Okay, yeah, no, that's different. These all both look the same, actually. Also a named group, which is annoying.
This will be a whole lot better. Show 'em how right the freedom on it gets.
Should on for that guy first. Yeah, everybody also has Stellite. Kinda sucks. Sir, could you stop tickling me?
I'll move down the side. How did you get there?
Also, I don't know if people saw the one with people going, hey, they buffed enemy damage. Everybody noticing? Yeah, no. I went actually, I did have like in the afternoon, like in half an hour, found the spot where I was, because I have that footage and I've been using that usually to just see if they're, maybe, you know, if they're wrong 20 times, they might be right the 21st time, right? But the footage I usually use is just the charged tech tank, because they're basically always the same. Shield up in front of outcast purple. So yesterday we did that a few. I like did that at some point, and yeah, it just looks exactly the same. Like that thing unloading is doing, like the shield is just going at the same rate. Also, actually, yeah, if you like play around with it, because here even I have liability on, and but I'm not sure liability is applying to the shield. Because it doesn't feel it is, but also I'm killing way faster than, you know, we normally would. Madam, have you considered going mid-range so I can kill you as a thrower at mid-range?
Hey, don't mess!
Did you go mid-range, I mean? No, the other way. That way. Yeah. A little further. A little further? Just a little. Thank you. Step back, but. Yeah, aggro downstairs already? What is all this? Oh, are there randoms upstairs? We have seen that before. There's scavengers and stuff up there. Because the vault doesn't lead to underneath here, so these guys, yeah. What are you guys doing in here? Also, you asshole dropping loot. Can't get there. Pretty sure no, you can't get to the elevator, right? Game, you're not supposed to spawn enemies where I can't get to them. Wait, the elevator also doesn't work, right? Or does it work when it's a bounty? Let's go up, let's go see. Oh, I can get up here. Ah. But yeah, just running some bounty. But that door wasn't opening, so... Let's get you in close range. Yeah. So I can get that useless loot. Wait, does the door open from this side? No. Can I jump down? No. Ah, it's on the other side. Back down the elevator we go then. Anyhow, let's go kill Road Trip and Freak Out. Three different stellite ranges. I think actually, yeah. I'm pretty certain. Maybe I should rewatch the footage, but it seems like... So if I mark somebody with stellite and then shoot somebody without, I get full damage on the stellite, looks like.
That's the target, Agent.
You deserve this!
Target neutralized. Good work.
Yeah, Eagle kind of feeling pretty good.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
I mean, it always had 10 weapon handling, right? Wait, is something giving me weapon handling off of this? No, right? Nothing I have equipped. No. I mean, that looks about right. Yeah. Maybe I'm just used to FAMAS too much. Because if we compare that to even this thing. Yeah. Actually, yeah, no, this thing. Yeah. Yes. This thing. Publix was our current endeavor. Let's go publicly execute people over there. Because I'll have elites. I need elites at close range and long range, so. Well, actually, yeah, this is not the build to do this with, I feel. I'm not even sure that the negotiator kill will count. Because sometimes it doesn't for like challenges and stuff. So maybe after this I just swap to that striker type tank. I don't know. Supply drop somewhere, so that's the sound of it. This long range? No. Oh, You assholes.
yourselves. Incoming.
Bring it on.
No, I want them all there. What you're doing is, in fact, not what I want.
Open fire!
You're, in
Detecting
fact,
additional
not
hostile
helping.
contacts.
That's the last one.
Actually, we can check here.
Fuck you!
65.
You nicked me, but I ain't
Right, that's,
in my sights.
this doesn't count as a close. Oh no, that was the other one. It was a troll. It's quite easier to do when you're like rewatching footage. It's so much easier to catch.
Right?
When did a number go up?
Civilians in distress.
Anyway, just in case I'm gonna equip this. Don't see what they have. Yeah. And I counted for reversals still there. That's weird. Why is it?
Incoming hostiles detected.
I think we're done here.
How many of them did we get?
Because interestingly, the other way around it doesn't work.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Let's go close range these elites.
Target is here! I'm on the way!
They're not elite.
Alive is you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take a black this man here. This guy has a bunch of bounties in DC. Let's go actually, yeah, let's go back to the White House. Let's go park this character. I wanna swap to the other character which has a striker tech tank that might be more in line for this. Because I'm not even sure that's if I'm like
Entering safe
with
area.
killing with the negotiator spreads that is counting for the it being with the active.
Thanks for your business.
Also, I think this character already, yeah, he has a bunch of here saved up, so I don't want to pick up bounties anyway. I think that other character also has barely any bounties active. And barely any bonus items. I was gonna say this. Are the bonus items still there? Yeah, no. One out of all of it. That's not too bad. I have an extra tactical 308 that is better than that one anyway. Actually, before I should be donating as well. Don't wanna run this thing at all. It might as well use up some of this into here because I'm full anyway. This is proficiency, this thing. So I'm not going to use any watch points for resources. They're too valuable to me for other stuff. But we'll use what we have gotten.
Thanks
So
for making
far.
the deal.
We have a weapon. Next are SIG, although that one might be just too expensive anyway. What's up, character? Because also might go afterwards redo Stranded with them. Because yeah, I wouldn't mind trying to get. Although, didn't I have one? Although I think it's. Let's see. Need the ongoing chest. But...
Safe area detected.
Oh yeah, and then wanted easier. And actually, for the OD, for this thing. So this would flip this and this. This is reusing this from that, right? So yeah, so that because yeah, she also has the full OD. Full OD also is gonna be with the chest. Oh no, we don't need. Yeah, so we don't need. Yeah, so we just need. The chest would make more sense to share. Oh, actually, so yeah, we need a glove. That is crit damage. Actually, crit chance striker right now is. Yeah, let's load this up. How much crit chance? Yeah, 51. So Jessica goes here. We want to keep that crit chance mod. We want to keep this crit chance mod. I'm gonna use this Jessica mass, so crit damage mod. Yeah, that would make more sense actually. So we want to crit damage glove. Now we can blue core. This will stay with the red, and then the chest becomes red, so they can be shared between the two builds. So I can just take one mod and be between them. Yeah. Do I need one more? So this goes here. Does the other one also need one mod now? Yeah. Wait, why does this need a mod? Oh, maybe, yeah, because it's kind of set up for this, right? Yeah. But then even for this, 49.5 is actually not too terrible. Then so this would need to be crit damage, but then so we need a crit chance glove then. Crit chance glove to blue core. There we go. Figured it out. Totally figured it out. Yeah, let's actually mess about with this a little bit more. Let's grab a FAMAS 39. This is reused between, yeah, that's reused between those two. Yeah, it's not. Let me catch up. Share between all characters on account. Yeah. Now as well, even the what used to be Manhunt, which is now Scout, is basically account wise. I only did it on my first character, and then it counted for everyone. It's kind of an issue with the collectibles because you can't get them on every character that currently. But yeah, all those things are account wide.
Priority objective available.
What's that? World End? No. Oh, you mean the garage here? Yeah, it's not super consistent there though. Although yeah, it's more consistent than here. And so performance, what would you consider your favorite AR at the moment? Still, yeah, FAMAS still, honestly. Overall, as output, Fast Dance FAMAS really competes. Elmo is still pretty good and just, lazy. Actually, you know what? Let's use a CTAR. Because the CTAR also kind of looks good. But then exotic wise as well, yeah, basically all of the exotics. And Bighorn is just, at the moment, a little bit silly almost. So, because all of the exotics are kind of overtuned. We have the Alani thing in there. Yeah, let's go after some. Actually, yeah, they have some bandies saved up, but they could always use more. Let's go. Hopefully, get some bandies here. Yeah, let's go clear a few spots. Let's see how that goes. Oh wait, well, depends on which performance you mean, like, like handling performance or just at, or well, like with both. Mechanically, I like the Strega from as a gameplay mechanic. Actually, we should have grabbed Strega here as well to mess about with. How much actually did I get even out of this triple XP? Spent most of my time this week, of course. Like, I didn't grind at all. We got a third of the way there. I already feel that although most of the week as well, we haven't been on many directives here as well. Like one directive.
What do we do? What?
Oh, the thing isn't on.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Well, actually, you can still, of course, get progress towards it, right? That very noticeable output difference here.
Access key detected.
Otherwise, I wouldn't, because most of them require an modifier active, so you have to have it on for that.
Hostile control point nearby.
And then some of these I've had it off just for doing some testing. So I'll wait for that. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can always. Although yeah, it could take a bit before they address that one. Double territory. One publics, but we'll have to clear the areas here. That's. Oh wait, I don't care about. Don't care about the daily. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah. Actually, this can't also take. Yeah. It's gonna take 10 here. Yeah. Long round.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Yeah. God.
Getting out of the shield. You're mine.
Mid-range.
This won't last.
So we'll start getting a few activities here, and then I'm gonna go back to New York and just do a stranded, and I'll be at, I feel.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Kill for those who spread the green poison. Vision will die.
Just outside of it.
Medical assistance needed.
What?
Access key detected. Agent killed.
That guy was dead when I died. Was that just some laggy reflect? Also, I wasn't reflecting anymore. I was in range. Wouldn't mind re-seeing that footage. Get the feeling it just lagged out there for a second. Either way, that clears that out. And then really, you're not gonna give me a public piece of shit spawning system. Let's clear out that then. Because the one thing is, for 2 of these, we need elites. And, like, territory controls are not going to have elites. Is one worth it? Oh, this again. Well, what is causing this then? Because I can't activate it now. The other one and go back. Does that fix it? Let's put it on cooldown. See if I can activate it now. I know those kind of bugginesses they need to just address and get out of there. Especially the thing not showing up. And it not being the leader's pick, basically. Also, this doesn't have a elite anyway. Let's actually just murder them.
Let's blow these bastards. One more for the fun.
Was this kind of weird that that guy is reflect?
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
So one thing that definitely seems to be the case is that Prime Time kind of seems more like a mid-range thing. It's kind of forcing me to do long-range stuff with, which, why?
Hostile control point.
At least the other ones
identified.
kind of still make sense, but this one's kind of weird. Elite convoy will actually, yeah. Why am I? Oh, that's not. not there at the moment. That's why. Let's go intercept this elite or elite patrol or elite convoy. We'll have all elites on the first wave anyway. I'll lose my memento stacks, but that's although maybe I just don't go after outcasts, I just go wherever some publics are. I don't care about the faction anyway. I'm not per se farming for easiness, we're just farming. Oh wait, this thing is set up as a chest striker as well, isn't it? Still. Oh, yeah. How about we don't do that and just go with a obliterate one. At some point I should just save this build as that as well. Ooh. And I have a bit of a head cold, so some sneezes to be expected. Annoyingly. Yeah. Oh, I'm going after. In fact, the not elite.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It's time! It's time!
Serious trauma detected.
Let's try to quick med pack there, but it didn't really want to make me let me.
Nothing from here.
80 out of 125. Also, I should just turn off Fog of War as well.
Detecting additional
Not
hostile
really
contacts.
caring about. Right out of him, that's close range.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Burn out the blood! Not the damage son!
Hostile control point nearby.
I rather defeat the counts. Once again, thank you. Yeah, I do feel I'm headed towards a cold, which kind of sucks, but maybe I'll actually get sick for once and actually take a break. I generally just never. Don't think I've taken sick leave like for like years. Last time was actually like breaking something. Turn levels from the 1K. Well, time to get to grinding. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't feel like actually making use of that like at all. I'm kind of actually like annoyed that I'm almost 26K. Instead of happy, which I usually am for another nice milestone, but oh well, it's the reality now. So that guy's lead. Wait, do I just not have by the teeth on? Do I have just Tapper on or something? No, I mean Tapper would just completely destroy my damage. So it's not Tapper.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I should really short range. Journal there. In the morning? That is, you're getting up early? I'm not getting up. Yeah, nah. I'm just not. I'm actually at the hour, yeah, like hour decided as well. Set on streams all like whenever the 5 times comes around. The weekends we're just gonna, I'm not gonna play Division. Basically just avoid the game for those few days and then we'll come back to it after. Might not be the best choice streaming wise and stuff, but yeah. I still want to like the game the way I like the game and not in that way. Yeah. Oh, is it? I actually barely read that thing. Oh, okay, it's on the body. Okay, that's actually, yeah. I didn't know that if you shot someone else, you lose the stacks on the other guy, but yeah, I didn't actually remember the headshot part of it. Again, let us sign here. So this public and this elite. Maybe as well, I should go for something that can just long range insta kill instead of what I'm trying to do. Just stay up on the thing. Those are actually not activated right away. Oh yeah, body shots, definitely the way to go.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Jesus! I'm gonna get close.
No, I'm gonna get close. Wait, what's left? Oh. Okay. Trying on to this. Nah. Might be handy for next Hollywood, whenever that happens. Also gonna not, yeah. I wish they would just do 6 global events again. Like, this thing isn't worth not having
Thank you so much for
just a normal amount of global events going on. They've like really spread them out. Charlie other side. Just start going actually. Interesting. I guess I mean, yeah. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. Guess we'll take some close range here.
Flank the one with the concentrating fire.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Watch it! Jammer outbound! Stop them!
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And the bots usually comes from the other side.
UAV active in the AO.
Oh, didn't this time. Let's break him and then don't get any reflecting. I'm sorry, what?
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent vital signs 0.
Was a controller somewhere that I missed. Yeah, let's turn off Fog of War. Like that was a death due to Fog of War. If we're just grinding for these, let's just grind for these. I don't care about XP. Oh, moved over there. Delete. Reset there now. I should go. Let's go here. Maybe get some ARs. It's where there's going to be 3 weeks of nothing in terms of event timeline up. Yeah, although we're getting like a weekly, you know, the scouts
Hostile
weekly
control
thing,
point
right? But
identified.
that's not that impressive, especially with you know, lack of leagues as well. That's likely a named group and something else. How about no special ammo? Also, oops, all reflect. Alright, that works, yeah. That works significantly better when I'm not actually going for the headshots. And because of that, not resetting. I gotta lead, actually. Stay at close range.
Get in there! Damn it!
But we screw you instead. Oh wait, does this place LMG as well? ARs and LMGs next to each other. Yeah, let's go over here and publicly execute these folks. And they there as you are. And to get some food, yeah. No reason. Although yeah, likely I'll be because I'm gonna go for like another 15 minutes and then go take some rest, be a smart boy, and not make myself stress sick. It's hard to get like a lot of kills with that prime time, especially if I need to like get crit shots at mid range to extend it, which is, you know, it's asking you to do things at long range.
Hostiles detected.
Yeah, but we don't get shocked. I'll say actually, too much close range kills, so
Watch out. They're sneaking up on us.
maybe we just close the distance. Oh, they're mostly the elites. Actually, I'm gonna take this thrower at mid-range. Just barely. That's long. Let's go talk to the hostage. Oh, it was a truce. I was like, I'll do a bounty here, but nah, no.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Rejecting additional hostile contacts. But you stay at mid-range.
Hostiles detected.
Kill them and take any supply.
It's a bit close range on this guy.
Serious trauma detected.
Fighting more than just that. I think a patrol joined that fight.
My tack rigs.
There's a thrower at mid-range. Where's that? Matter. Where you going?
Give up, asshole!
Oh, he's right. Is it better for him to die with a bullet to the brain?
I'm not saying it's easy,
What's that?
but the true sons are willing to make those tough decisions and do what's right for everybody.
I'm also willing to shoot people in the head. Don't worry. Especially true sense.
The meaning of righteousness has changed, and we cannot stand by and let dated ideals get in the way of progress. The true son will give you something worth believing in. Join us and be part of something great.
Husky detected.
And then let's.
Is it better for a man to die of
Yes.
disease, slowly and in pain, or to take a bullet to the brain? At what point is death the
Override
merciful
required.
I'm not saying that.
Progress resumed.
Actually, I should go grab the resources from the resource conf. Let's maybe go do another. It's not up cooldown yet. Coming into close range. This guy.
Manual override required.
Yeah, the annoying thing is I will hit some headshots there. It keeps resetting by the T because it's basically just a small package there. Yeah, let's go do another stranded tanker. I could use some ongoing pieces.
Okay.
Because actually the chest that she has is just that stat right here.
Sons joined the Black Tusk, and some true sons said, fuck that shit, and allied with the division to try and stop the Black Tusks from taking.
So actually what we need is a glove instead of the chest. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that was Umbra. What? Oh no, we need a chest with high weapon damage. Preferably doesn't cost an arm and a leg.
Do you want to be a former true
That's actually. Oh, that was quick. The George's actually going, getting food. Like, out there somewhere. Yeah, let's get this. This one. So, yeah, let's take this Haven. So I'm gonna grab this Strega, I feel. Yeah, let's get the Haven. And we'll do an stranded tanker.
Safe area entered.
Hey, Agent. You looking to trade?
I'm like, do I even want to test anything with like red pieces of legatus? Nah. Ooh, I've been feeling the lack of sleep there, man. I'll be getting back in there quick enough. Likely tomorrow, unless I feel like absolute, like destroyed.
Hey there. You got something to trade?
Hopefully I'm just gonna put a few blankets on and just do what it is, you know, just heat myself up, fever myself up.
Thanks for the
Usually
trade.
works well for me. As I tomorrow likely I will do an afternoon stream and an evening one. I'm just gonna grab that. I should have donated the other one as well. Didn't even grab it as junk. Yeah, this again still needs 2 proficiency dose.
Priority objective available.
Shut up,
Agent.
Anna. And I kind of liking the Cetar. It's much more comfortable than a Fama stuff normally. Let's put those away though, and yeah, let's try the Strega. I haven't tried it on a mission yet. My crit chance is going to be horrendous here, I feel. Yeah, 35. To a degree that I can't even really fix it. Yeah, because I don't want to also put anything in there. Yeah, it's fine. We have that super extra damage here. That 10% we're missing is not going to be a matter here. And neither makes sense. Yeah, let's go murder Connolly. Actually, as well, if anybody wants to join me for one last hooray here, feel free to say so. Just kind of no directive, it just
Time to take down Vivian Conley and hopefully get us one step closer to finding that son
Still
of a
need
bitch
some
Keener.
New
We know
York
that
missions
patrols
then.
of cleaners regularly head out through the west gate of their oil refinery. Let's exploit that opportunity and infiltrate their complex.
A lot of
these guys
peacekeepers
actually
are
have
dead
no
because Keener's been using
troll.
Conley.
Or no, actually
Find
not.
him and make it count.
Of course, the Grenadiers. Like, these ones don't have throwers, do they? No, actually, yeah, not that. Man, that is a wide circle. Nice. Also, does these count, right? Again, 40. Yeah. Proxies count for increased numbers. some reason I'm still a little bit in negotiator mode where I'm like trying to mark multiple stuff.
Division has infiltrated our complex. Could be a contamination
Energy
risk.
draining.
We can't let anything disrupt our operation. Oil is the fuel of our organization and our cause.
Sounds like Conley's really invested in this oil business.
I guess now you know which buttons to push.
Should load them.
Agent, let's wreck their compound.
Oh no.
You are now group leader.
I opened that door actually thinking
Another
that.
agent has joined your
Oh no, I should know that. I did that. Okay, but. Come on, yeah, I'm ready. That's my answer. No, that was my like earlier checkpoint. I was expecting to move it a little bit further. So I opened that door.
Reinforcements are coming. Protect our assets.
hostiles detected nearby.
Looks like the reinforcements are coming from the cleaner's underground tunnel system. Find a way to block off access to the tunnels, or the place will be swarming with cleaners in no
Fresh
time.
here, so.
It'll also keep Conley from using the tunnel as an
Yeah,
escape route.
this. Oh, as well, now that there's the two of us. I'm gonna go actually full striker. I'll like obliterate. Assume they already pushed that or something. Let's grab a striker.
I suggest you sabotage whatever parts of the
Told you
cleaner's
I'd
oil
expect this
production
at
you come
46.
across. Might
Or
piss Conley
47.
off and get her out of whatever hole she's hiding in.
Rose, I like the way you think.
You're growing on me too, Kelso.
The division's progressing inside the complex. They're approaching the sandbanks. Defend the oil. Too many people depend on us to succeed. Don't fail them.
I'll say this can go. Pulse much more useful to a red build than a shield. At least for me. And if anybody else also wants to join us, feel free to say
Agent,
so.
I've deployed a surveillance drone.
Well,
to the
likely this
area.
will be the
I'll
last
let you know
mission.
if I spot Conley.
Tonight I can just go to bed at a somewhat reasonable time to not make my illness in any way worse.
Shit! Fucking oil gas! Somebody's gotta fix those cooling pumps.
Cooling pumps detected.
Whatever they're cooling probably can't handle too much heat. Do whatever you can do to disable those pumps, Agent. Trust me, it'll be fun. Looks like there's some more cooling pumps.
It's a negotiator
what to
happening
do.
there, I'm guessing.
Cooling pump system compromised.
See? I told you it'd be fun.
Let's see what else you can mess with that'll piss her off.
Yeah, keep an eye out for a glove with crit chance.
Division's roaming inside our complex, disrupting our production and endangering our most precious resource.
Yeah, it's annoying that you can't craft OD. Because OD and True Patriot were the classic sets that were not tied to anything. They were enemy sets,
Hostiles
basically.
detected nearby.
So you had to like scavenge them, but at this point, like if you're giving us the FI chest and backpack and the Foundry chest and backpack, just give us the other ones as well.
Cooling pumps detected.
Sounds like another great and golden opportunity.
Sitting
to
too
meet
long
Agent.
for today's one. I get a
Refinery system
because I didn't stream in the afternoon or anything, but
Sweet.
it did allow me to get a
my
lot of
ears.
stuff done. I've been streaming way too
Oil
much, so
refinery inoperative.
there's
Conley's not
definitely
gonna
some
like that one bit. Good.
some time needed
Hostiles
to
detected nearby.
Watch out! That refinery is falling apart.
Actually
and the
do my
pieces will
job.
have to land somewhere. Avoid the impact areas.
a thing that I get paid to do. A 40 round is a little bit awkward on this thing, but
Just caught sight of Conley on the tanker. She moved through the
It'll
rift
take
in the
me a
middle.
time to
Keep it
get
up.
used
You're
to
right
it.
on her tail.
well, actually at some point I should just do a countdown and just get the ODs. All those. Okay. Oh yeah, let's actually get the extra as well.
Echo detected nearby.
Alright, easiest ways to kind of line it up and just there's a point where it kind of just stays flat almost. And yeah, we just need 4. Or well, we need 3. I usually do 4 just to be safe. Sometimes it just doesn't register 1 or something. Yeah. By the teeth and Strega on top of each other is feels pretty good. I'm kind of curious actually how this will be on build.
If the division gets beyond this point, they'll seriously compromise our progress and set us back.
I got a feeling just playing it. Although yeah, the global event is kind of annoying actually for getting a feel for builds because you just don't. It's just
Sounds
it's
to me
much
like
more
you're
the
getting
global
warmer,
event
Agent.
than
Keep at
like
it.
the build performing. Or well, the global modifier. Also means that eventually I'll just have to run without just to get a good feel for a build's feel now. I think we're both trying to open it at the same time.
Like the green poison, the division's resilient, operating without reflection, just doing what it's programmed to. Pathetic. But we're experts with fire.
Load that up.
And
Let's
with
get this
fire, we'll
too.
eradicate the division. Just like we'll eradicate the virus and finish the job Joe Barrow started.
So if I
Cleaners
get the
really
missions,
did a number on her. Jesus.
basically just need one of the two, which is either the elites, which is almost done. That one will likely get done, and then maybe I'll go for the
Gas
trollers.
valve detected.
The other one is kind of
I've
annoying.
got a visual on Conley again. She's moved to the upper deck.
She's going for
Looks
that
like she's
one. I'll go
preparing
for
for her
this
last
one.
stand.
Typical extremists, doubling down on their own insanity.
One thing I will like about reaching the end of the journey is these would not be my picks. Although, well, by the teeth would be. But for instance, liability, not so much. Well, build dependently might, but not generally. Because I can go back to other stuff. And double loot here. Gotta get all the loot. It is the law. Just now remember that I actually have some pizza as well for after the stream, so I'm gonna enjoy that. As I requittle myself there quite a bit. Actually, with 2 people, it's even 3. If I wanted to cheese that, I could dual box, but I don't think I'm gonna cheese per se anything. Yeah. I might eventually come back and like cheese the sniper one because running tapper just generally is not a good choice. Have the boss fight remaining. Then I'll be at 6 out of 8 missions. The modifier grind was actually pretty quick.
Unknown network
in
detected.
the end.
Sounds like
Yeah,
you're on the
that
right track.
way before anything else. Which I feel also would be the way to go. Just get them out. At least get them before, you know, you're reaching journey like 4 or something where it starts to want them anyway.
Conley's in the control room. Get ready, Agent.
Oh, did you
It's
get
time
your...
to end this.
You just... Or we already looted here. Yes. I think it's deleted already.
Here you are, like a moth to the flame.
Kick her ass, Agent.
For the longest time, I didn't understand why the division wouldn't recognize
That is long
our
range, I
work.
might
What we're
activate.
trying to do. I guess the only thing the division understands is that they're about to lose another agent.
Rhodes, that fire tower there. Anything we can do about it?
Actually, stuff like this doesn't get the mark. I was actually wondering about that because that might be cool for Razorback.
You and I, we're almost the
Like
same.
if you kill an enemy next to Razorback, because if you kill the drones, for instance, next to Razorback, but I mean, as Razorback just doesn't get the marks. Kind of like this. Kind of like this mechanic.
You'll be in our way.
As if everybody could have 75% more.
Easy peasy. Power source knocked out. Tower disabled.
You really have no idea what you are doing. The cause you are compromising right now.
That's bad guy code 4. You're doing really great. Keep at it.
Gas valves detected.
Time to
Or
improvise.
maybe even... Because I think maybe even still with like right and stuff could be...
Oil gas pressure.
Am I in a 4-man?
You flushed her out, Agent. Now take her down.
Vital signs critical.
It's my firewall fire. That's it, right? Yeah, 2-man scaling is generally the easiest scaling anyway.
Well, that was something.
Oh, you got
Fire,
a
explosions,
Imperial
homicidal
Dynasty, most
maniacs.
likely.
A bit rich for my taste, but I can see why you guys like it.
You did a lot today. We shut
It's
down the
interesting that they
Cleaner's
didn't
oil
do anything with
pipeline,
this as well.
got rid of Conley. Keener can't use her to
Didn't
target the
touch it.
JTF anymore. And we're one step closer to catching him. Well done, Agent. Yes! You got her!
And indeed, yes, we got her. So that's 6 out of 8. Actually, I'm curious what the time was there. 16 minutes, not too bad. Yeah, let's take us back to DC. That's gonna be it for me. I'm gonna call it early and be smart about it and just save myself for the rest of the week. One thing I want to start doing tomorrow is working on the AR table thing where we
Safe area detected.
no worries. As you was
Priority
looking
objective
at the
available.
drops picked up as well on your end. Why don't you just do an OD and just or a countdown and get those OD parts? Oh, no keepers. But yeah, thanks Amateur for joining for that for that mission. I'll leave you to it, but we'll likely group up in the future, right? Mostly
You
just
have left the group.
41 levels away from 26. Oh yeah, I still have that. I need to go. Yeah, the eagle is still on that character, and that one holster is also still on that character. I need to go put this back, but we'll do that eventually. For now, I'm gonna go find somebody to raid on the Twitch end, as we always do. And tomorrow afternoon, likely, we'll be streaming. Before that, even, I'm gonna put together that video that we were kind of recorded today of going over basically the DPS tables and kind of just giving general thoughts on it. And then, yeah, tomorrow, where's this thing? Tomorrow I want to make a start on this AR one that we had. Make a new one, basically, and also kind of do it like we did with the rifles, with the talents being calculated in here. So that we just do input, and then say which talent it is, and then, or well, basically paste whatever talent it is, and get an exact number in this sheet instead of the way we originally did it with ARs, which is just that I use that talent thing that I had to per item calculate out what it added, and then which is not really great. But yeah, that'll be a lot of fun and puzzling stuff out. Yeah, we'll have a bunch to go through. But yeah, that's for tomorrow. For today though, we're kind of done. I'm gonna go crawl into bed and just act sick for a little bit. Let's go see if we have somebody to raid. And hopefully somebody in the category. Oh yeah, actually. Or do we go with somebody else? No, let's do that. Let's double check that he's actually like there. Yeah. We'll go raid DJ Tickle was also in here a little bit ago. I think he's making a thumbnail, I feel. Or he does it in like a Windows program that I didn't recognize there. But yeah, and then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, likely in the afternoon and then evening, or I might make a really long stream, but likely more an afternoon than an evening, especially. Exert myself too much. Let's start that stream, or let's start that raid on that stream, and wait for that timer And then once the timer is available, I'm just going to say, which is now, as always, have a good night.